Sweetheart? Babe Aria? What's wrong? Wake up, wake up. Can you hear me? Wake up. Are you okay? Yes, I'm here. You were having some sort of nightmare. You were screaming in your sleep. Are you alright? Come here. Here. No, it's okay. Let me hold you. It's alright. It was just a dream. Yes, it was just a dream, I promise. Nothing can hurt you now. Are you gonna go back to sleep? Look, Moomoo's come to see you too. Yes, she's here. Of course she's here. She's always here. Where are we? Well, you're in your room in my palace. Wait, are you sure everything's alright? See, Moomoo's worried about you too. Hold on. Let me get the lights. Hold on. Yes, Moo, it's okay. They're alright. Are you okay? So, what? Oh, you can't sleep? It's alright. Sounds like that nightmare really shook you, Do you want anything to eat or drink or... Yes, your bed is very beautiful, yes. You don't remember? This is your room. Yes, sweetheart, this is your room. My dear Babe Aria, my entourage member. It was just a bad dream. See, Moomoo's here too. You can't see her right now, but she's here. She's here. See, she came here. Do you want to talk about your dream, or would you rather forget it? There, I'll just keep holding you. Come here. Come here, dear. Yeah, see, Moomoo's worried too. Chicken nuggets? I mean, if you're hungry, I guess I could make you something to eat, but it's pretty late at night, and I think if we make food, we might disturb the other entourage members that are sleeping. Come here. Maybe I can make you some food in the morning. But for now, you're hungry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Moo, could you go get some chicken nuggets? No? She just wants to hang out. Here, come here. Let me hold you. Oh, don't hide behind me, silly. Come here. I know you're scared. Here. Let me hold you. Come here. There, see, isn't that better? Hey, I have an idea. Oh, what? Yes, of course your skooma and skooma pipe is here. They're here. They're here for anyone who wants them. For Brosi, see, even for Brosi was worried about you. He's right there, see? Let me hold you. Let me pet you. It's okay. Shh. It's alright. Didn't lose anything. I'm still here. Everything's still here. Your lovely room. In my floating palace is here. Yes, yes. By the way, you seemed disoriented when you woke up. You're in your room in my palace, my floating palace. You didn't seem to realize where you were. Everything's still here. Everything's safe. Here, let me turn the lights a bit. There, is that better? Miss Fabrosi's here. He got here before I did. He must have been keeping an eye on you while you were sleeping. I don't think cacodemons can cause nightmares. He's just a baby anyway. Maybe he was trying to eat your nightmares. I wouldn't put it past him. He does like to eat. You're fine. He didn't try to nibble you. I'm surprised he didn't try to nip you to wake you up. You were screaming and thrashing around in your sleep. I'm surprised you didn't accidentally kick Fabrosi off the bed. Yes, you remember Fabrosi, the little cacodemon here? He's on your bed right now. Let me get him. Fabrosi, come here. No, he's comfy where he is. Maybe you and Fabrosi could share something to eat. Yeah, maybe I could make you some food. But first, I have an idea. So, some brushing? Sure. Your brush should be around here somewhere. Yeah, your hair is a mess. Hold on a moment. Let me get your brush. You must have been really moving around in your sleep. Here, come here, honey. It's okay. Let me get those tangles out of your hair. While I brush your hair, since you don't really feel like sleeping anymore, and I don't blame you, the nightmare sounds like it was awful. I have some ideas for what we could do. Would you like me to read you some stories? I could read you some stories. Or... If there's anything else you'd like to do, let me know, but I think that might be the best thing to do. I have a really big library. And I have books from not only all over Earth, but also from other places too. I was thinking maybe I could read you some stories of these books I got from, well, from Nern. You know, the place where our dragonborn Mahalia is from. Reading sounds good? Okay. We can go to the library now if you want. Let me finish brushing your hair. I'm glad you think so. Before we leave your room, is there anything else you need? Afraid you don't have any food in here. Here, I'll take the brush with us, okay? Now if you want more brushies, you can do that when we get to the library, alright? I I have a nice little spot in the library where we can sit and I can read you some stories, okay? Skooma and your skooma. Okay, be sure to grab them, okay? I'll leave you in charge of that. Okay. More brushies in the library. You got it, sweetheart. Here, let me give you a kiss. Mwah. It's gonna be okay. I'm here. And I won't let anything hurt you, okay? Okay. Let's go to the library, shall we? Don't forget to bring your skooma. Okay, here we are. Look at all these books. Are you feeling okay? Still seem shaken up. Pretty shaken up. It's okay. It's okay to be scared. Did you want to talk about the nightmare you had? Remember, you don't have to if you don't want to, okay? Anything from Uncle Sweetshare, maybe. Although, I was thinking, because it's a nice, dark, stormy night, since a lot of my Entourage members are of the more spooky variety, maybe we could write some spooky stories. How you feel about that? Oh, no, honey, you don't need to talk about the nightmare. It's okay. Here, let's go to the little sitting area, okay? Don't worry about the blackness at the end of the hallway. So, Uncle Sweetshare. Uncle Sweetshare, he's a lovely gentleman from Nern. He's from Solstheim, I believe. You mentioned him and then forgot who he was? You really did have a bad nightmare. But he's from Solstheim. Do you know perhaps of a lovely gentleman known as Santa Claus? Well, Uncle Sweetshare I think is a lot like Santa Claus. Oh, goodness. There are more Entourage members coming in that had Did you all have nightmares? Goodness. There's 3 of you here that all had terrible nightmares. Okay, come on everyone. Well, I guess I could read you some stories. Yeah. Pumpstar, it's been a while, honey. Did you have a nightmare? We're in the library right now. I'm glad you found your way here, but I guess all Entourage members are linked to me, aren't we? So wherever I am, you guys will be led to me. Oh, follow me. We have a nice little sitting room. Yes, Lox Victorian brought all the skooma, so if you want to partake of that, you can. Maybe I can make us some tea, too. Alright. I have a nice little fireplace with some cushy chairs we can all sit in. Oh, Moo Moo followed us here. Moo Moo's here, too. Yes, sweetheart. She's making sure you guys are okay. Fabrosi's already here, and oh. Wait, Fabrosi, how did you get here so fast? You teleported? I should have known. There are also some ribbits here with him. Those are actual ribbits. Those aren't Entourage members. They're just hanging out with Fabrosi. And Moo Moo's here too. She's following right behind us. You didn't see her? She's really sneaky. Alright everyone, where do you want to sit? Yes, there are ribbits. They're just hanging out. Those are Fabrosi's little buddies. Oh, Palmstar, I'm so sorry. Even in your dreams that happens, huh? Alright, little ones. Get seated. Why are you so large? Shrink you down. There we go. You can sit in this chair. And then we've got... There are 3 of you here right now. I'm gonna put you over there, dear. A marriage proposal from an Entourage member. Yeah, you all know I can't marry any of you. Come on. I'm so sorry, but would you like to be tinier? Yeah. Lost Victorian, where are you? Are you right here? There we go. You're very tiny. Would you all look to be super tiny? I'll make you all really tiny. Ta-da! See, with my magic, I can change your size. For Brosie's watching over us. Yes, Moo Moo, I know, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Sure. Wherever you guys want to sit, let me know. If you want to sit right in front of the fireplace behind me, you can do that too. Here you go, Lost Victorian. Is that better? You're right by the fire. How about all of you sit back there together? Here we go. Yes, yes. Well, I'm glad all of you came to me. But it's a shame you all had nightmares. Oh, what to do, what to do. You want to sit in front of the fire too? Alright. Do if you want to sit in front of the fire. Let me move out of your way. Sit somewhere comfortable. You got a bump there. Are you fine where I've put you? You know what, maybe... Oh. Let me move out of your guys' way a moment. Good deal. There we go. Let me go down here a bit. There's 1 baby by the fire, 2 babies by the fire. Then I'm right here. You can sit over here. I want to sit on a sofa next to the fireplace and be super tiny. Okay. I got an idea. Do you want me? Oh, near me. Okay. Come here, Palm Star. You want me to hold you? Would you like brushies? I can give you brushies. Make you a little bigger. There we go. I'll hold you. Okay. Tiny Lost Victorian. She's very tiny. 1 very tiny Entourage member. Rosie's lurking in the darkness. Maybe I can make all of you some tea, though. Are any of you thirsty? I'm glad I'm comfy. You like being at the edge of the sofa? That's perfect? Okay. If anyone else here has any preferences, let me know. Oh, goodness. I owe you. You woke up. I was holding you really close, but I owe you a bunch of kisses. There, kisses for all of you. Hopefully, the nightmares will stay away. Want some green tea? Of course. Maybe I'll just make some green tea for everyone. I'll let all of you decide what you want. That won't be too difficult. Cup of kisses? Does anyone else want a cup of kisses? So I've got green tea, a cup of kisses. I'll give Fabrosi some tea too. I don't need anything, I'll be fine. Skooma? Didn't you bring your skooma with you, honey? Let me see. Did you drop it in the cushion? Hold on, let me dig for it here. Ah, why is it so big? You don't need that much skooma. There you go. You're tiny, so I will make it. It will be tiny. There you go. Alright. Found your skooma. Let me go make some tea. I'll be right back, everyone. Keep each other company, okay? And be good. I'll know if you're not. Oh, because we have a telepathic link, I can still hear what you guys are saying. Did you know that? I'm making the tea. It will be a little bit. It won't take too long. Tried to roll it across the hallway, but it was difficult. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have carried it for you. You're welcome. Yes, yes, try your best to behave, everyone. I can still hear what you guys are saying, but I might not be able to see you all. Oh no, I'm almost done, honey. Don't worry. I have magic, so this doesn't take too long. I'm coming. Yeah, I made everyone tea, just in case. Alright, I'm on my way back. I'm coming. Shh, it's alright. Don't be scared. Nothing can get you here. Okay? You're safe with me. Hey, I'm back and I brought the tea. Let me lay it out for everyone. 1, 4. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Grossy 1, 1, 2. Just in case I'll get everyone. I got everyone 1. When did I get rings? I was had rings, Palmstar. I've just been hiding them. I don't always have them out during streams because they're so big. Although I can change the size, and I was a little bit hesitant to show them off at first, but yes. Is this your first time here? Oh. Hey. Maybe all of you haven't been here before. At least maybe you haven't been in the library. I brought you here after our little cave hangout, and you were so tired. Oh, you can always catch up. Anyone who misses anything is always here for you to catch up on. Don't worry, I'll always be here. This palace is where I stream from. Okay, let me get the tea here. Free to talk to me while I let everything out. It's 1 tea for 1, baby. And you get tea too, little one, just in case. Extra kisses in there for you, dear. And shoot up kisses. And then Percy wanted some too. There you go, little guy. But for anyone who's been absent for a while, before I start, you're very welcome, everyone. Very welcome. Before I start reading, for anyone who's been absent for a while, I have this entire month of streams planned, and we're going to be playing a lot of Minecraft. Go to the beach? We certainly could go to the beach when it gets warmer. We could, yes. Would you all like that? We're going to be finishing Resident Evil 1 too. And more Skyrim, as usual. And I might sneak in some surprise spooky streams, but we'll see. I decided to try something new and plan the entire month in advance. I took the first week off, so anyone who hasn't been around for a little while, I wasn't even around for that week. I sadly didn't get many timestamps done because I had to take care of myself and some other stuff. But I've been working on our new series where I show off my mod collection in Skyrim. The beach would be lovely. I'm glad everyone likes that. We can definitely go to the beach in a few months when it gets warmer, certainly. I'm not sure where everyone is in the world. But actually, one of our Entourage members, Palmstar, he suggested Minecraft a long time ago. And at the time, I was hesitant. It was maybe if even that. And I was like, I don't know. It might not be super... it might not be super interesting for me. Well, there's going to be a lot of diamonds in there. Anyone who wants to give me diamonds. I'll be getting plenty of my own, I suppose. But I thought about it and I thought about it and I wondered, Minecraft's a pretty popular game, and I wondered if it was suggested to me because of that to kind of help me extend my reach a little more It's something that a lot of people are very fond of. And I do want to get more Entourage members in our little merry band. So I was watching some other individuals play Minecraft and I was like, you know what? The biomes in this game are absolutely beautiful and I can just play Minecraft my own little way. And I will let everyone know that this is going to be my first time playing Minecraft ever. So everyone please be kind to me and just keep that in mind. I'll probably build some things. Maybe I'll follow guides to make some really pretty stuff. But the thing I'm most interested in doing is exploring, because one thing that really pushed me to consider playing Minecraft was how pretty all the biomes are, all the scenery, all the exploration. I will also try to build some things too, so I think that would be nice. Does anyone need anything else? Any more questions? For anyone who's been away for a while, let me catch you up a bit. Let's see. Let's see here. Well, I played some more Oblivion. We played some more Doom and Resident Evil. What else? It should be pretty much everything. Oh, we started a new series. Be sure to check out my newest pre-recorded video. It's called Khione's Mod Collection Skyrim Episode 0 Intro. And be sure to give that a watch, you know, give it a like, comment if you feel the need to. And it's about my new series about collecting mods in Skyrim. Or the mods I've collected over the years in Skyrim. It's going to be a very long series that I'm probably going to be doing forever. But I already recorded the behind the scenes of the first episode, and I should be uploading the first episode either hopefully sometime today or tomorrow. And I have my schedule for the entire month pinned on Twitter, and I have it on YouTube. Feel free to ask me anything you like, and you can talk amongst yourselves too, but I think I'm gonna find some books here. I picked out some short little stories from... Well, I got them from Maheli, our Dragonborn. And these are some spooky stories, because I know all of you like spooky stories, and I know. Might be a bit unconventional, might be a bit strange, because you had a nightmare, but... You guys seem to like spooky things, and I like spooky things too. And I'm just sitting here on the floor. You guys can have the little cushions and sit by the fireplace, that's fine. I don't mind sitting on the floor in the middle. Oh! I'm curious about Minecraft. I never played it, so it will be new to me. Really? Well, it's gonna be new to me too. We're gonna get to enjoy it together. It's a very popular game though. You never said what. Fairy stories are terrifying. Oh, you don't like them? That must have been someone else. Alright, how about this? I'll start reading some of these, and yes, they're spooky, but if it gets to be too much, I can read something else. How's that? Does that sound good? Oh, one of you said you like spooky stories. Just me? That sounds fair. Alright. Some of these aren't super spooky. Some of them are a little more, they're just sort of suspenseful. And they're all stories from the land of Skyrim and beyond. I borrowed these from Mahelli, and she said I could keep them in my library. She said she can get plenty more. She's always getting bugs. Much to one of our Entourage members' dismay. One of our regulars, Palmstar, he feels he has to do push-ups every time I read in a game. And we do read. We do find a lot of books in Skyrim as our Dragonborn. So is everyone ready for the first little short story? Let me get it here. None of these are super long. I just picked some short little stories here. Yes, Palmstar. Okay, and that goes for anyone. If any of you darlings get scared, please, please, please feel free to come and cuddle up with me here on the floor. You can sit on my lap. I can hold you. You can sit on my head if you want, if you're not too heavy. That's fine. That's totally fine. Or you can sit next to me, put your head in my lap, and I can stroke your hair. Whatever you need, just let me know, okay? But you get extra brushes? Of course, if that's what you want. If you want your hair brushed when you get scared, you're welcome to have your hair brushed. Okay. Let's see here. Let's start with... If you want to do push-ups, that's fine too, if that's the way you comfort yourself. None of you seem to be able to sleep, so whatever you want to do at the moment while I read, you can do. Alright, let's start with our first story, shall we? I've got it right here. So, this is one of the stories I borrowed from Mahelli. I went to Skyrim and I met up with her, and I know each other. And you want a cup of kisses? Okay, if you get scared, you can have kisses. If you guys get scared, you can have hugs, you can have kisses, and you can have brushies, you can have pets. Just let me know. Maybe I can give you a little scalp massage. So, okay, the first little short story I have here is The Woodcutter's Wife. And these are all little short stories from the land of Skyrim. Legend tells of a woodcutter who built a shack deep within the pine forest. There, he hoped to live in peace with his family. The woodcutter's family lived well for a time, but without warning, the weather turned bitterly cold and spoiled the harvest. Before long, with their meager supply of food all but gone, the family was starving. Late one snowy night, a traveler knocked on the cabin door seeking shelter from the biting cold. Always generous of heart, the woodcutter welcomed the stranger into his home, apologizing that he had no food to offer. With a smile, the traveler cast off his cloak to reveal the garments of a mage. As the woodcutter and his family looked on, the mysterious visitor reached into his satchel and withdrew a scroll tied with a silver ribbon. No sooner had the wizard unfurled the scroll and read the words aloud when a great feast appeared from out of thin air. That night, nobody in the woodcutter's cabin went hungry. Day by day, the snow piled up. Every night, the mage produced another scroll from his bag and read the words, each time summoning a new feast. On the fifth night, the woodcutter's wife awoke her husband to confess her mistrust of their magical guest. Surely, she argued, there was some price to pay for the magical feasts that everyone enjoyed, night after night. The woodcutter would have none of it. After nearly dying from the lack of food, his family was eating well. The divines had sent them a gift, he explained, and it was foolish to question their wisdom. But the woodcutter's wife would not be persuaded. Every night she grew more fearful and more desperate. She was certain that the family had entered into a devil's bargain, and the time would soon come when the mage would ask for something unspeakable in return for his gifts. While everyone in the cabin slept, the woodcutter's wife snuck out of bed and took her husband's axe in hand. She crept into the traveler's room and with one swing lopped off his head. Suddenly, the wizard's disembodied head awoke. His eyes opened wide, and when he beheld his maimed body, he let forth a terrible cry. Awakened by the horrified scream, the woodcutter and his children rushed into the room and gasped at the terrible sight of the decapitated mage. With his last gasp of breath, the traveler laid a fearful curse on the woodcutter's wife. After her mortal death, she was damned to rise once again and walk the woods alone, only to burn at the rising of the sun. To this day, those who walk the pine forest late at night tell tales of a weeping woman glimpsed between the trees. She carries a bloody axe, the stories say, and is terrifying to behold. That's little story number 1. But there's a part 2. Was that too spooky, or is everybody okay? I have some water here, so I'm gonna drink my water. So, good story. Is anyone spooked? Does anyone need me to hold them? I'm good. But I am spooked, so I need brushes. Well, come here, tiny one. Let me give you some brushes. Or we move on to the next part. Star, are you alright? I hope you weren't too spooked. Oh, come here, last one. Come here, baby. Where are you? We're so tiny. We're so tiny. You'll accept the kisses. Alright, get over here. Do you want any comfort there, Pizza Queen? There you go. I'll hold you too while I brush Lost Victorian. I'll brush to anyone who wants brushy. You know what? I can continue reading while I get brushies. I'm alternating between the two of you. You both get brushies. How about that? Some of you are over there enjoying the fire. Fine? Okay. Now let's continue with part 2 of The Cabin in the Woods. This is volume 2. Late one night, a few seasons ago, a soldier was returning home after several bloody battles. He decided he would save some gold and decided to cross the pine forest on foot. The first day of his journey was rather uneventful. The soldier stuck to the main path and kept a brisk pace. When it started getting dark, he set up his bedroll, built a small fire, and cooked up some rabbit he had caught. A fine day indeed, he thought to himself as he fell asleep. Partway through the evening, the soldier was woken up by soft sobbing in the distance. He grabbed his sword, assuming it to be a bandit trick, but pretended to sleep so he could get the jump on them. After a few minutes, the sobbing started moving away from his camp until he could no longer hear it. For the rest of the night, he slept with one eye open. On day 2, the soldier awoke from what rotten sleep he could catch and started off through the forest at a quicker pace, intending to put distance between himself and whatever he had heard last night. As the day went on, it began to rain heavily, so the soldier built himself a little shelter for the evening so he could remain dry while he slept. It took him a little longer to fall asleep with thoughts of the previous night fresh in his mind, but he eventually slept. This time, he awoke to sobbing that sounded like it was right outside his shelter. The soldier grabbed his sword and crawled out. In front of the fire, he saw the back of a ghostly woman sobbing into her hands. He mustered his courage and asked her, "What's wrong?" No answer. He began to slowly approach, but before he could reach her, she turned and screamed at him. The ghostly woman raised an axe and began to run at the soldier, disappearing before she made contact. The soldier took off into the night with just his sword in hand. He ran until the first light of dawn, where he started down the road again, as fast as he could move. The third day was bright and sunny, but the soldier, rattled and sleepless, didn't even notice. He moved as fast as he could, trying to get through the forest before nightfall. As darkness began to fall, he saw a cabin just off the road and thought to himself it would be a good place to hunker down for the night. After arriving, he spent some time blocking doors and windows. Nothing would get in. But despite his preparations, he could not sleep. He sat in what used to be the cabin's bedroom, staring at the barricaded door, shaking. Eventually, he could keep his eyes open no longer and fell asleep. This time, he awoke to laughing on the other side of the barricaded door. It sounded like the woman from before, but he refused to believe it was her. He burst through the barricade into the main room to find the ghostly woman from the night before, staring at the ground, laughing hysterically with axe in hand. He began to relentlessly attack the ghostly woman, but he could feel his strikes were less effective. He used his scroll of firebolt, which drew a scream from her, and she exploded, disappearing. The ordeal was over. The ghost was gone. The soldier slept well that night, and the next day made excellent distance through the woods. As the sun began to set, he came out on the other side of the forest and looked back, remembering the days before. As he turned and started walking away from the woods, he could swear he heard the sobbing again. Oh. How's everyone after that? Everyone still okay? I'm gonna put the brush aside for now. I'll get some water. Anyone need anything? Those of you who are sitting with me, do you want to keep sitting here or do you want to go back to your chairs? Not spooked yet. Good to hear, good to hear. Okay, because you got nice brushes. Okay, seems everybody is okay. Alright, so let's move on to our next story. So this is called Wasn't Spooky? Good to hear, good to hear. Alright, everyone seems in agreement. That's good. Our next story is called A Game at Dinner by an Anonymous Spy. A spy's observations upon poison making and a dinner party. I want to stay here because I'm close to the brush. Of course. Anyone who's by me is welcome to stay here. You don't have to go back to your seats. I just have them. They're just here for whomever would like to sit in them. And since I can change your guys' sizes, multiples of you can fit in the chairs. So let's continue with A Game at Dinner. So first, don't move me. It's soft over here. Yes, I'm very soft. I'm very cushy and huggable. So any of you are welcome to get hugs from me whenever you like. Or forehead kisses. I give those both out freely. So first, we have a little note from the publisher of this book. Let's see. The history behind this letter, so I guess it was originally a letter, is almost as interesting and dark as the story it tells. The original letter to the mysterious Dalnain was copied and began circulating around the ashlands of Vardenfell a few months ago. So Marwyn babies, get ready. This is a story from Marwyn. In time, a print found its way to the mainland and Prince Hlalu Helseth's palace outside Almalexia. While the reader may conclude after reading this letter that the prince would be furious about such a work, impugning his highness with great malevolence, quite the reverse was true. The prince and his mother, Queen Baranziah, had it privately printed into bound copies and sent to libraries and booksellers throughout Morrowind. As a matter of record, the prince and the queen have not officially stated whether the letter is a work of pure imagination or based on an actual occurrence. The House Dress has publicly denounced the work, and indeed, no one named Dalnain, despite the suggestions in the letter, have ever been linked to the house. We leave the reader to interpret the letter as he or she believes. From the publisher, Nariscan. So, shall we read this letter? Let's see what this is about. So, this is about a spy's observations upon poison making and a dinner party. Dark Liege Dalnain. You asked for a detailed description of my experience last night and the reasons for my plea to House Dress for another assignment. I hope I have served you well in my capacity as informant in the court of Prince Helseth, a man who I have stated in many previous reports could teach Molag Bal how to scheme. As you know, I've spent nearly a year now working my way into his inner circle of advisors. He was in need of friendship when he first arrived in Morrowind, and eagerly took to me and a few others. Still, he was disinclined to trust any of us, which is perhaps not surprising given his tenuous position in Morrowind's society. For your unholiness's recollection, the prince is the eldest son of Baranziah, who was once the queen of Morrowind and once the queen of the High Rock Kingdom of Wayrest. At the death of her husband, Prince Helseth's stepfather, King Eadweir, there was a power struggle between the prince and Eadweir's daughter, the Princess Elisana. The details of what transpired are imperfect. It is clear that Elisana won the battle and became queen, banishing Helseth and Baranziah. Baranziah's only child, Morgaya, had already left court to marry and become queen of the Somerset Isle Kingdom of Firsthold. Baranziah and Helseth crossed the continent to return to Morrowind only last year. They were well received by Baranziah's uncle, our current king, Athen Lathan, who had taken the throne after Baranziah's abdication more than 40 years ago. Baranziah made it clear that she had no designs on reclaiming the throne, but merely to retire to her family estates. Helseth, as you know, has lingered in the royal court, and many have whispered that while he lost the throne of Wayrest, he does not intend to lose the throne of Morrowind at Lathan's death. I've kept your unholiness. I lost my place for a moment. I kept your unholiness informed of the prince's movements, meetings, and plots, as well as the names and characters of his other advisors. As you may recall, I've often thought that I was not the only spy in Helseth's court. I told you before that a particular Dunmer counselor of his looked like a fellow I'd seen in the company of Tholar Sarioni, the archcanon of the Tribunal Temple. Another, a young Nord woman, has been verified to visit the Imperial Fortress in Balmora. Of course, in their cases, it might well have been on Helseth's own business, but I couldn't be certain. I'd begun to think myself paranoid as the prince himself, when I found myself doubting the sincere loyalty of the prince's chamberlain, Burke S., a Breton who had been in his employ since his days in the court of Wayrest. That is the background on that night, last night. Yesterday morning, I received a curt invitation to dine with the prince. Based only on my own paranoia, I dispatched one of my servants, who is a good and loyal servant of the House Dress, to watch the palace and report back anything unusual. Just before dinner, he returned and told me what he had witnessed. A man cloaked in rags had been given entrance into the palace and had stayed there for some time. When he left, my servant saw his face beneath the cloak, an alchemist of infamous repute, said to be the leading supplier of exotic poisons. A fine observer, my servant also noticed that the alchemist entered the palace smelling of wickweed, bittergreen, and something alien and sweet. When he left, he was odorless. He had come to the same conclusion as I. The prince had procured ingredients to prepare poison. Bittergreen alone is deadly when eaten raw, but the other ingredients suggest something far deeper. As your unholiness can doubtless imagine, I went to dinner that night, prepared for any eventuality. All of Prince Heliseth's other counselors were in attendance, and I noticed that all were slightly apprehensive. Of course, I imagined that I was in a nest of spies, and all knew of the prince's mysterious meeting. It is just as likely that some knew of the alchemist's visit, while others were simply concerned by the nature of the prince's invitation, and still others merely unconsciously adopted the tense disposition of their fellow, better-informed counselors. The prince, however, was in fine mettle, and soon had everyone relaxed and at ease. At 9, we were all ushered into his dining hall, where the feast had been laid out. And what a feast! Honeyed grapples, fragrant stews, roasts and various blood sauces, and every variety of fish and fowl, expertly and ostentatiously prepared. Crystal and gold flagons of wine, flin, shane, and matza were at our seats to be savored as appropriate with each course. As tantalizing as the aromas were, it occurred to me that in such a maze of spices and flavors, a discreet poison would be undetectable. Throughout the meal, I maintained the illusion of eating the food and drinking the liquor, but I was surreptitious and swallowed nothing. Finally, the plates and food were cleared from the table, and a tureen of a spicy broth was placed in the center of the banquet. The servant who brought it then retired, closing the hall door behind him. "It smells divine, my prince," said the Marchioness Colgar, the Nordwoman, "but I cannot eat another thing." "Your Highness," I added, feigning a tone of friendliness and slight intoxication, "you know that everyone at this table would gladly die to put you on the throne of Morrowind, but it is really necessary that we gorge ourselves to death?" The others at the table agreed with appreciative groans. Prince Heliseth smiled. "I swear by Varnina the Gifter, my dark liege, even you have never seen a smile such as this one." Ironic words. You see, an alchemist visited me today, some as you already doubtless know. He showed me how to make a marvelous poison and its antidote, a most potent poison, excellent for my purposes. No restoration spell will aid you once you've ingested it. Only the antidote in the tureen will save you from certain death. And what a death from what I've heard. I'm eager to see if the effects are all that the alchemist promised. It should be horribly painful for the afflicted, but quite entertaining. No one said a word. I could feel my heart beating hard in my chest. "Your Highness," said Alarat, the Dunmer I suspected of alliance with the temple, "have you poisoned someone at this table?" "You're very astute, Alarat," said Prince Heliseth, looking around, eyeing each of his advisors carefully. "Little wonder I value your counsel, as indeed I value all in this room. It would be, perhaps, easiest for me to say who I haven't poisoned. I haven't poisoned any who serve but one master, any whose loyalty to me is sincere. I haven't poisoned any person who wants to see King Heliseth on the throne of Morrowind. I haven't poisoned anyone who isn't a spy for the Empire, the Temple, the House of Telvanni, the House of Redoran, the House of Indorel, the House of Dress. Your Unholiness." He looked directly at me at those last words. I know that uncertainty. My face is practiced at keeping my thoughts from showing, but I immediately thought of every secret meeting I've had, every coded message I sent to you and the house, my dark liege. What could he know? What could he, even without knowing, suspect? I felt my heart beating even faster. Was it fear? Or poison? I couldn't speak, certain as I was that my voice would betray my calm facade. Those loyal to me who wish harm on my enemies may be wondering how I can be certain that the poison has been ingested. It is possible that the guilty party, or dare I say parties, were suspicious and merely pretended to eat and drink tonight. Of course, but even the craftiness of pretenders would have to raise a glass to his or her lips and put empty forks or spoons in their mouth to play the charade. The food, you see, was not poisoned. The cups and cutlery were. If you did not partake out of fear, you're poisoned just the same, and sadly missed an excellent roast. Sweat beaded on my face, and I turned from the prince so he would not see. My fellow advisors, all of them, were frozen in their seats. From the Marchioness Colgar, I think it's Marchioness Colgar, white with fear, to Khione Aria, visibly shaking, from the furrowed angry brow of Alaran in the statue-like stare of Burgess. To the statue stare of Burgess. I couldn't help thinking then, could the prince's entire counselorship be comprised of nothing but spies? Was there any person at the table loyal? And then, I thought, what if I were not a spy myself? Would I trust Hellsouth to know that? No one knows better than his advisors both the depths of the prince's paranoia and the utter implacability of his ambition. If I were not a spy for House Stress, even then, would I be safe? Could a loyalist be poisoned because of a not-so-innocent misjudgment? The others must have been thinking the same, loyalists and spies alike. While my mind whirled, I could hear the prince's voice addressing all assembled. The poison acts quickly. If the antidote is not taken within 1 minute from now, there will be death at the table. I couldn't decide whether I'd been poisoned or not. My stomach ached, but I reminded myself it might have been the result of sitting at a sumptuous banquet and not partaking. My heart shook in my chest, and a bitter taste like trauma root stung my lips. Again, was it fear or poison? These are the last words you will hear if you are disloyal to me, said Prince Helseth, still smiling that damned smile as he watched his advisors squirming in their seats. Take the antidote and live. Could I believe him? I thought of what I knew of the prince and his character. Would he kill a self-confessed spy at his court? Or would he rather send the vanquished back to his masters? The prince was ruthless, but either possibility was within his manner. Surely the theatricality of the whole dinner was meant to be a presentation to instill fear. What would my ancestors say if I joined them after sitting at a table, eventually dying of poison? What would they say if I took the antidote, confessing my allegiance to you and the House Stress, and was summarily executed? And, I confess, I thought of what you might do to me after I was dead, even after I was dead. I had grown so lightheaded and filled with my own thoughts that I didn't see Burgess jump from his seat. I was only suddenly aware that he had the tureen in his hands and was gulping down the liquid within. There were guards all around, though I never noticed them entering. Burgess, said Prince Helseth, still smiling, you have spent some time at Ghostgate, House Redoran. You didn't know? Burgess laughed sourly. No, House. I report to your stepsister, the Queen of Rayrest. I've always been in her employ. By Akatosh, you poisoned me because you thought I was working for some damnable dark elves? You're half right, said the prince. I didn't guess who you were working for, or even that you were a spy. But you're also wrong about me poisoning you. You poisoned yourself when you drank from the tureen. Your unholiness, you don't need to hear how Burgess died. I know that you have seen much over the many, many years of your existence, but you truly don't want to know. I wish I could erase the memory of his agonies from my own mind. The council was dismissed shortly thereafter. I do not know if Prince Helseth knows or suspects that I, too, am a spy. I do not know how many others that night, last night were as close as I was from drinking from the tureen before Bergest did. I only know that if the prince does not suspect me now, he will. I cannot win at the games he mastered long ago at the court of Wayrest, and I beg your unholiness, my dark liege Dalnane, to use your influence in the house dress and dismiss your loyal servant from this charge. Publisher's note. Of course, the anonymous writer's signature has not been on or any reprint of the letter since the original. And there we go. That's that. How's everyone feeling? I've got several more stories here. And you're all welcome to ask things of me and ask things among each other. Anything that would comfort you. Probably could even play some music, I suppose, but you get some more water here. How are you feeling, everyone? Are you feeling all right, darling? My darlings. Being a spy is a very dangerous profession, yes. I don't think I could ever manage it. I'm good at sneaking around and not being seen or perceived, but aside from that, I'm not really that great at playing people against each other. Yes, I think that's how you say it. And I do have an impatient streak as well, so being a spy is a job that takes a lot of patience. The only thing you can manage is being cute. Tiny one that gets brushies, yes. Brushies. Okay, let me give everybody brushies here. Some brushies before we move on to our next story. So, how about this? Either I can choose the next story, or I can read the titles off to you guys, and you guys can pick which one's next. How about that? Would you like me to choose? Or would one of you like to choose? I am fine with either. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories left. I don't know if we'll get to all of them. Sure, you guys can pick. I can read let me read the titles out. So the next stories we have are The Trap by an anonymous writer. We have Chance's Folly by Zilma Golge. Okay, maybe I should read the little subtitle underneath each one. So there's Trap. A starving man steals money for food, but pays a high price for his action. Then we have Chance's Folly, the folly of a double-crosser. The Locked Room, how a pupil outlocks her cruel lockpick instructor. Surfeit of Thieves, how a busted robbery gets even worse. The Exodus, the tale of a parent's desperate bid to save their only child. And Pala, a conjurer's tragic infatuation with a dead woman. And it's 2 volumes long, but they're not super long. None of these are super long. I made sure to pick ones that were spooky and short to middle length. So let me go through them again. There's Trap, Chance's Folly, The Locked Room, Surfeit of Thieves, The Exodus, and Pala, which is a name. Palla. I can repeat the descriptions too, if you guys want. So, one of you says the trap. One of you says the one with the lockpick instructor. Okay, we need a tiebreaker then. I could just go in the order you guys picked them. So let me give you guys the descriptions again. The trap is about a starving man who steals money for food but pays a high price for his action. And then the one with the lockpicking instructor, the locked room, how a pupil unlocks her cruel lockpick instructor. And does anyone else have any other suggestions? Give you brushes while you guys decide. If no one else has any preferences, we can just go in the order you guys said. So first we can go with trap, and then we can go with the locked room. How's that sound? And after that, I can repeat the rest of the stories and we can pick again. Does that sound good? And get some more water. Although you asked first, Lost Victorian, so maybe we'll do yours first since you asked to pick one first. Then we can do Pizza Queens. I think that sounds good. Alright. Everyone ready? Anyone need anything before I start? You're all being very good. And everyone seems to be doing okay. That nightmare seems to be wearing off. Did you all have the same nightmare? That would be strange, but not unheard of. We do have a connection as an entourage. For anyone who comes to listen to me later that might be dealing with insomnia or nightmares, just come back and listen to this. Hopefully my voice will comfort you, even if the stories are a little spooky. So is everyone ready? Get a little bit more water. The rain's comforting at least, isn't it? Okay, let's go with the locked room. Everyone's ready? Okay, so the locked room, which Lost Victorian chose for us. And it's about how a pupil outlocks her cruel pick lock instructor. Oh, it's pick lock. That's interesting. I read it the other way. My bad dream was there was no pizza left. Oh, so sad for the queen of pizza. Ready? Okay. Maybe Pumpstar fell asleep. Oh. Anyone else who's here and asleep, that's fine too, or if you're just a silent watcher. Alright, let's go proceed with the locked room. Yana was precisely the kind of student her mentor Arth Camus despised, the professional amateur. He enjoyed all the criminal types who were his usual pupils at the stronghold, from the common burglar to the more sophisticated blackmailers, children and young people with strong career ambitions which the art and science of lockpicking could facilitate. They were always interested in simple solutions, the easy way, but people like Yana were always looking for exceptions, possibilities, exotica, or pragmatists like Arth Camus. It was intensely vexing. The Red Guard maiden would spend hours in front of a lock, prodding at it with her wires and picks, flirting with the key pins and driver pins, exploring the hall with a sort of casual fascination that no delinquent possesses. Long after her fellow students had opened their test locks and moved on, Yana was still playing with hers. The fact she always opened it eventually, no matter how advanced a lock it was, irked Arthkamu even further. "You are making things much too difficult," he would roar, boxing her ears. "Speed is of the essence, not merely technical know-how. I swear, if I put the key to the lock right in front of you, you'd still never get around to opening it." Yana would bear Arthkamu's abuse philosophically. She had, after all, paid him in advance. Speed was doubtless an important factor for the picker trying to get somewhere he wasn't supposed to go with the slutty guard on patrol behind him, but Yana knew it wouldn't apply to her. She merely wanted the knowledge. Arthkamu did everything he could think of to encourage Yana to move faster. She seemed to perversely thrive on his physical and verbal blows, spending more and more time on each lock. She's spiteful. Learning its idiosyncrasies and personality. Finally, he could bear it no longer. Very late one afternoon, after Yana had dawdled over a perfectly ordinary lock, he grabbed the girl by her ear and dragged her to a room in the stronghold far from the other students, an area they had always been forbidden to visit. The room was completely barren, except for one large crate in the center. There were no windows and no other door except for the one leading in. Arthkamu slammed his student against the crate and closed the door behind her. There was a distinct click of the lock. "This is the test for my advanced students. See if you can escape." Yana smiled and began her usual slow process of massaging the lock, gaining information. After a few minutes had gone by, she heard Arthkamu's voice again call out from behind the door. "Perhaps I should mention that this is a test of speed. You see the crate behind you? It contains a vampire ancient who has been locked in here for many months. It is absolutely ravenous. In a few minutes' time, the sun will have completely set, and if you have not opened the door, you'll be nothing but a bloodless husk." Yana considered only for a moment whether Arthkamu was joking or not. She knew he was an evil, horrible man, but to resort to murder to teach his pupil? The moment she heard a rustling in the crate, any doubts she had were erased. Ignoring all her usual explorations, she jammed her wire into the lock, thrust the pegs against the pressure plate, and shoved open the door. Arthkamu stood in the hallway beyond, laughing cruelly. "So, now you've learned the value of fast work." Yana fled from Arthkamu's stronghold, fighting back her tears. He was certain that she would never return to his tutelage, but he considered that he had taught her at least a very valuable lesson at last. When she did return the next morning, Arthkamu registered no surprise, but inside he was seething. "I'll be leaving shortly," she explained quietly, "but I believe I've developed a new type of lock, and I'd be grateful if you'd give me your opinion of it." Arthkamu shrugged and asked her to present her design. "I was wondering if I might use the vampire room and install the lock. I think it would be better if I demonstrated it." Arthkamu was dubious, but the prospect of the tiresome girl leaving at last put him in an excellent and even indulgent mood. He agreed to give her access to the room. For all morning and most of the afternoon, she worked near the slumbering vampire, removing the old lock and adding her new prototype. Finally, she asked her old master to take a look. He studied the lock with an expert eye and found little to be impressed with. "This is the first and only pick-proof lock," Yana explained. "The only way to open it is to have the right key." Arthkamu scoffed and let Yana close the door, shutting him in the room. It clicked, and he began to go to work. To his dismay, the lock was much more difficult than he thought it would be. He tried all his methods to force it and found that he had to resort to his hated student's method of careful and thorough exploration. "I need to leave now," called Yana from the other side of the door. "I'm going to bring the city guard to the stronghold. I know that it's against the rules, but I really think it's for the welfare of the villagers not to have a hungry vampire on the loose. It's getting dark, and even though you aren't able to unlock the door, the vampire might be less proud about using the key to escape. Remember when you said if I put the key to the lock right in front of you, you'd still never get around to opening it? Wait, Arthkamu yelled back. I'll use the key. Where is it? You forgot to give it to me. But there was no reply. Only the sound of footfalls disappearing down the corridor beyond the door. Arthkamu began to work harder on the lock, but his hands were shaking with fear. With no windows, it was impossible to tell how late it was getting to be. Were there minutes that were flying by, or hours? He only knew that the vampire ancient would know. The tools could not stand very much twisting and tapping from Arthkamu's hysterical hands. The wire snapped in the keyhole, just like a student. Arthkamu screamed and pounded on the door, but he knew that no one could possibly hear him. It was while sucking in his breath to scream again. He heard the distinct creak of the crate opening behind him. The vampire ancient regarded the master locksmith with insane, hungry eyes and flew at him in a frenzy. Before Arthkamu died, he saw it. On a chain that had been placed around the vampire's neck while it had been sleeping was a key. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Let that be a lesson. Always treat your students kindly if you're a teacher. How's everyone feeling? Is everyone okay? That wasn't so spooky. More like a a bad person got what they deserved, huh? Does anyone need tea refills or brushies or hugs or kisses? You want me to hum or sing or just continue reading? Because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more stories. It was a bit cruel, it was. But that's the land of Skyrim for you. You need brushies? Okay, everyone can get some brushies. Here we go. Everyone doing okay? We've got about half an hour more together, but we can go longer if you guys want. And I think after this stream, after this little hangout here, I'm gonna get to recording our first episode of the Skyrim mod collection. And depending on how I'm feeling, maybe I'll record a few others, but those will never be live. Those will be some short form pre-recorded content. So let me go. We'll read the one Pizza Queen asked for, but after that we have Chance's Folly, which is the folly of a double crosser, Surfeit of Thieves, how a busted robbery gets even worse, The Exodus, the tale of a parent's desperate bid to save their only child, and then Pala, a conjurer's tragic infatuation with a dead woman. And that's the longest one by far. And if you guys want me to read all of them, I can. I don't mind going over 2 hours. Because usually, when we're doing this sort of thing, it's usually shorter than our streams. But, depending on how things go, it can be longer. It's all up to you guys. So I think we'll choose the next one. You guys can think about it while I read the next one. Let me get some water. Is everyone ready? Ready, ready, ready. Dun, dun, dun. So, the next story we're going to read is Trap. It's about a starving man who steals money for food but pays a high price for his action. This was a fairly short one. Fairly short. Ready, ready, ready. Here we go. I saw the gold and I took it. A different man might not have, I know that, and from time to time I think back on the hour when I saw the gold and took it. You see, I was hungry. Isn't it ironic? I don't remember much else about that night but the gold and the hunger. I don't remember the name of the tavern or even the village, but I believe it was somewhere in southern Varnafell. I can't really be certain. For some time I sat dumbly in my chair, my mind occupied with nothing but the pain in my stomach. If you've never been truly hungry from days of no food, you can't know what it's like. You can't concentrate on anything. It wasn't until a figure to my left got up from the table to get a drink and left a stack of gold marks behind that I snapped to awareness. From this moment on, my memory is crystalline. My eyes to the gold, my eyes to the stranger's back, walking calmly toward the barmaid, my hand to the gold in my pocket. I'm up from the table and out the door. For just a moment, I look back. The stranger has turned to look my way. He wears a hood, but I can feel his eyes meet mine. I swear I can sense a smile. Out into the street and behind some barrels I crouched down, waiting for my pursuer. One benefit of a lifetime running from guards, I know how to disappear. For nearly an hour I waited there, suffering even more from hunger. You see, I was awake now, and I had the means to buy myself a feast. This knowledge tortured me. When I finally got to my feet, I very nearly fainted. I had only enough energy to walk to the other edge of the village to a run-down tavern before collapsing at a table. I think I must have fallen unconscious for a moment before I heard the barmaid's voice. Excuse me, can I get you something to eat, Sarah? I gorged myself on roasts and pies and huge frothing mugs of grief. As the fog of near-fatal starvation began to lift, I looked up from my plate to see a gold-masked stranger looking at me, his visage glowing by the blinding light of the moon through the window. He wore black leather armor and was a different physique and size from the man I had burgled, but I could tell he knew. I paid for my meal quickly and left. I skirted the edge of the village, through a tiled central courtyard surrounded by the squalid peasants' cottages. There was not a light shining from any window or door. No one was on the streets. I could find no place to hide, so I took the road out of town, heading for the wilderness. Hunger had pushed me on in the days before, but now I felt what I imagined to be the whip of guilt. Or perhaps even then, it was fear. I fell twice, rushing down the dark path, unused to the slopes and pebbled texture. The sounds of animal life, which I had been numb to, were suddenly very loud in my ears. There was something else out there in the night, something chasing me. On the side of the road there was a low wall, and I scrambled over it and hid. I knew enough about concealment to pick a spot where the bulwark sunk slightly, so even if a person saw the outline of my figure, you would assume it to be part of the wall. It wasn't long before I heard the sound of running footsteps from more than one person pass by me and then stop. There was a moment of whispered conversation, and one of the people ran back on the path toward the village. Then, silence. After a few more minutes, I peered out from behind the wall. A female figure in a dun gown, wimple, and veil stood in the road. On the other end of the road, blocking the way back to town, was a knight coated in dark mail. I could see neither of their faces. For a moment, I froze, unsure whether either or both had seen me. "Run," said the woman in a dead voice. The hill behind me was too steep, so I leapt over the wall and across the road in 2 bounds. Into the night forest I ran, the maddening jingle of the accursed gold in my pocket. I knew I was making so much noise my pursuers could not help but hear me, but now I cared more for putting distance between us than in stealth. Clouds of ash filtered through the moonlight, but I still knew it was too bright to hide. I ran and ran until I felt all my blood pumping in my head and heart, begging me to stop. I was at the edge of the wood, on the other side of a shallow stream from a vast, crumbling house encircled by a rail fence. Behind me, running footfalls in the broken, dusty earth. To the south, downstream, a distinct sodden splashing of someone moving nearer. There was no choice. I half jumped, half fell into the mud, and dragged myself up the bank on the other side. I rolled under the fence and ran through the open field toward the house. Jerking my head around, I saw 7 shadowy figures by the fence posts. The cloaked man I had robbed, the man in the gold mask, the veiled woman, the dark knight, 3 others too who had pursued me, but I had never seen. And I thought I was the stealthy one. The moon was entirely hidden in a swarm of ash. Only the stars offered their meager illumination as I reached the open door of their ruin. I slammed and bolted the door behind me, but I knew there could be no protection for very long. As I looked about the ravaged interior of broken furniture, I searched for somewhere to hide. A corner, a niche, where if I stayed very still, no one would see me. A splintered table lying against the wall looked perfect for my purposes. I crawled under it and jumped when something moved, and I heard a frightened old man's voice. "Who's there?" It's all right," I whispered. I'm not one of them." His puckered, gnarled hand reached out from the shadow and gripped my arm. Instantly, I felt sleep fall upon me, resisted as I might. The old man's horrible face, the face of the hungry dead, emerged as the moon came out and shone through the broken window, his talons still gripping me. I fell back, smelling his death surround me. The table was thrown back. There stood the 7 hunters and a dozen more. No, hunters they weren't. They were harriers who had chased me out of every hiding place, expertly pushing me to the lair of the real predator. He was weak with age, the old man was, not as good at the chase as he once was. A blunt, killing machine. "Please," I said. It was all I could muster. Having enjoyed the sport I offered, he granted me mercy, of sorts. I was not bled dry. I was not cursed by being made one of them, the burn. I was kept with others, most of us mad with fear, to be aged and tasted at the vampire's whim. We are called cattle. I lost all hope months ago of ever leaving the dank cellar where they keep us. Even if this note finds its way to the outside world, I cannot give enough information about my whereabouts to be rescued, even if some champion were to defeat the bloodsuckers. I only write this to keep my own sanity, and to warn others. There is something worse than being hungry. Being food. I bet that smells like sriracha sauce. Oh, you never know. Welcome in. You have another Entourage member here. Did you also have a terrible nightmare, Crumbling Sanity? And by the way, when I was looking through my old VODs, I realized I met you way back in my first Doom video. Not in the Resident Evil 1 video, so I'm so sorry about that. My memory isn't the greatest sometimes, but hello, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Where would you like to sit? It was spooky. And as you guys could see, I tried to pick spooky ones or vampire-related ones. I don't have nightmares. I only have the best dreams money can buy. Well, then you're very, very lucky. Come share your luck with the rest of the Entourage. They had some horrible nightmares. Hello, welcome them in. Let me get you in here. I'm holding some of the members. Got our regulars here. Yes, welcome, welcome. Here. You guys are symbolized by these little unicorns. Oh no, so big. Sure will, but my luck doesn't come cheap. Oh, don't worry. I can afford whatever price you want me to pay. Would you like to be big or small? You can be this medium size. I think think one of our members has fallen asleep. It's okay if you guys fall asleep while listening to me. But for anyone new just coming in, I've been reading some spooky stories to help. Well, I don't know about comfort, but maybe my voice is still comforting. But I felt like for this night, some spooky stories around the fire would be good. And I have I have 4 stories left. What I was doing is I was reading the titles and a little description and letting you guys choose. It's the most adorable looking unicorn. You guys are adorable. You're symbolized by these adorable little unicorns. Rainbows of colors, as unique as all of you. So, the stories we have remaining, and I can also dig up some other stories. Yes, you're all adorable, and I adore all of you very much. So, we have, these are all from the land of Skyrim. I borrowed them from our Dragonborn, but she said I could keep them, so they're just going to be in our library. I have this extensive library. I have stories from Earth. I have stories from other universes. We decided to read some stories from the land of Skyrim today. And the ones I have left are Chance's Folly, which is the folly of a double-crosser, Surfeit of Thieves, how a busted robbery gets even worse, The Exodus, the tale of a parent's desperate bid to save their only child, and Paula, a conjurer's tragic infatuation with a dead woman. This one's very long, though. I'll let you guys choose, and I can repeat them if need be. But it's good to see all of you here. Rosie's here. He's the little cacodemon on the mantle with his tea. If you'd like some tea, Crumbling Sanity, let me know. And if no one has any preferences, I'll just read them in the order I was originally. I was honestly hoping for the GTA roleplay. Someone who knows about GTA roleplay. That's pretty rad. I don't know about that, but scripts you can work with. Yes, I'm sure. So if no one has any preference, or if you guys would like me to read the titles and the descriptions again, we can do either one. You said that put a smile on my face. The way I said what. I'm always happy to make you guys smile. That's what I'm here for. That's one of the many things I'm here for. I'd say pick one of your favorite from the list. Well, I was thinking my 2 favorites. This one's alright. This one is... Oh, this one's... Okay, this is a short one, and it's kind of got a comedic spin to it. Got a clever little comedic spin. So this one is Surfeit of Thieves. How a busted robbery gets even worse. But actually all of these are favorites of mine. So let's start with this one. Or this one next. This looks interesting, said Indic, his eyes narrowing to observe the black caravan making its ways to the spires of the secluded castle. A gaudy, alien coat of arms marked each carriage, the lacquer glistening in the light of the moons. Who do you suppose they are? Obviously well off, smiled his partner, Aria. Perhaps some new imperial cult dedicated to the acquisition of wealth? Go into town and find out what you can about the castle, said Indic. I'll see if I can learn anything about who these strangers are. We meet on this hill tomorrow night. Now we're talking. This sounds fun. Okay, good. Okay. Aria had two great skills, picking locks and picking information. By dusk of the following day, she had returned to the hill. Indic joined her an hour later. The place is called Old Olira, she explained. It dates back to the Second Era when a collection of nobles built it to protect themselves during one of the epidemics. They didn't want any of the diseased masses to get into their midst and spread the plague, so they built up quite a sophisticated security system for the time. Of course, it's mostly fallen into ruin, but I have a good idea about what kind of locks and traps might still be operational. What did you find out? I wasn't nearly so successful, frowned Indic. No one seems to have any idea about the group, even that they were here. I was about to give up, but at the charter house I met a monk who said that his masters were a hermetic group called the Order of Saint Ednua. I talked to him for some time, this fellow's name of Periathan, and it seems they're having some sort of ritual feast tonight. Are they wealthy? Asked Aria impatiently. Embarrassingly so, according to the fellow, but they're only at the castle for tonight. I have my picks on me, winked Aria. Opportunity has smiled on us. She drew a diagram of the castle in the dirt. The main hall and kitchen were near the front gate, and the stables and secured armory were in the back. Thieves had a system that never failed. Aria would find a way into the castle and collect as much loot as possible, while Indic provided the distraction. He waited until his partner had scaled the wall before rapping on the gate. Perhaps this time he would be a bard or a lost adventurer. The details were most fun to improvise. Aria heard Indic talking to the woman who came to the gate, but she was too far away to hear the words exchanged. He was evidently successful. A moment later, she heard the door shut. The man had charm, she would give him that. Only a few of the traps and locks to the armory had been set. Undoubtedly, many of the keys had been lost in time. Whatever servants had been in charge of securing the Order's treasures had brought a few new locks to affix. It took extra time to maneuver the intricate hasps and bolts of the new traps before proceeding to the old, but still working systems. But Aria found her heart beating with anticipation. Whatever lay beyond the door, she thought, must be of sufficient value to merit such protection. When at last the door swung quietly open, the thief found her avaricious dreams paled to reality. A mountain of gold treasure, ancient relics glimmering with untapped magicka, weaponry of matchless quality, gemstones the size of her fist, row after row of strange potions, and stacks of valuable documents and scrolls. She was so enthralled by the sight, she did not hear the man behind her approach. "You must be Lady Trest," said the voice, and she jumped. It was a monk in a black hooded robe, intricately woven with silver and gold threads. For a moment, she could not speak. This was the sort of encounter that Indic loved, but she could think to do nothing but nod her head with what she hoped looked like certainty. "I'm afraid I'm a little lost," she stammered. "I can see that. That's the armory. I'll show you the way to the dining hall. We were afraid you weren't going to arrive. The feast is nearly over." Aria followed the monk across the courtyard to the double doors leading to the dining hall. A robe identical to the one he was wearing hung on a hook outside, and he handed it to her with a knowing smile. She slipped it on. She mimicked him as she lowered the hood over her head and entered the hall. Torches illuminated the figures within around the large table. Each wore the uniform black robe that covered all features, and from the look of things, the feast was over. Empty plates, platters, and glasses filled every inch of the wood with only the faintest spots and dribbles of the food remaining. It was the breaking of a fast, it seemed. For a moment, Aria stopped to think about poor, lost, lovely Trest, who had missed her opportunity for gluttony. The only unusual item on the table was its centerpiece, a large golden hourglass, which was on its last minute's worth of sand. Though each person looked alike, some were sleeping, some were chatting merrily to one another, and one was playing a lute. Indic's lute, she noticed, and then noticed Indic's ring on the man's finger. Aria was suddenly grateful for the anonymity of the hood. Perhaps Indic would not realize that it was she, and that she had blundered. "Trust," said the young man to the assembled, who turned as one to her and burst into applause. The conscious members of the order arose to kiss her hand and introduce themselves. Neardla, Suluk, Kyler. The names got stranger. Toniop, Hitilitis, Neuhartarup. She could not help laughing. I understand. It's all backwards. Your real names are Aldrin, Celius, Raylick, Poinot, Stillith, and Parathion. Oh, of course, said the young man. Won't you have a seat? Sir, of course, giggled Aria, getting into the spirit of the mask and taking an empty chair. I suppose that when the hourglass runs out, the backwards name go back to normal? That's correct, Trust, said the woman next to her. It's just one of our order's little amusements. This castle seemed like the appropriate ironic venue for our feast, devised as it was to shun the plague's victims who were, in their way, a walking dead. Aria felt herself lightheaded from the odor of the torches and bumped into the sleeping man next to her. His face fell forward on the table. Poor Esruok Tisrif, said a neighboring man, helping to prop the body up. He's given us so much. Aria stumbled to her feet and began walking uncertainly for the front gate. Where are you going, Trust? Just asked one of the figures, his voice taking on an unpleasant, mocking quality. My name isn't Trust, she mumbled, gripping Indic's arm. I'm sorry, partner, we need to go. The last crumb of sand fell in the hourglass as the man pulled back his hood. It was not Indic. It was not even human, but a stretched grotesquerie of a man with hungry eyes and a wide mouth filled with tusk-like fangs. Aria fell back into the chair of the figure they called Esruok Tisrif. His hood fell open, revealing the pallid, bloodless face of Indic. As she began to scream, they fell on her. In her last living moment, Aria finally spelled Trust backwards. Did you guys figure out the twist before? Or do you guys know what it is backwards? Let me spell it out so you guys can look at it, but... And then the other guy's name was... This one was spooky, but also had that. You guys see it? Oh yeah, there was a twist, yeah. Like the names were all strange. First course, Because when he first comes up to her, he calls her Lady Trust, and then she's like, oh, you know, and then later on she's like, oh, poor Lady Trust, he's like mistaking me for someone else, you know? And then it brings up how like, oh, there's all these strange names, and then she's like, oh, your names are all backwards, you know, these are your actual names, and she doesn't even think about what they're calling her, you know? And then she's like, wait, that's not my name. Some kind of eldritch names. Esruoktisrif. Yeah, it's just first course backwards, and Trust is dessert. So she's dessert, and her partner was the first course for these vampires. So one thing you guys will notice is I have an interesting way of pronouncing things, so you guys want to hear me say them again. So the names backwards were Nerdla, Suelek, Kyler, Toniop, Itilitz, Neuhatarap, and then Trest, and then Esruok Tisrif. Delicious. I'm glad you guys like the way I pronounce things. I do really like Lovecraft. I have a whole book of his stories. and what they tasted like, if only. I do want someone to write a book that describes what different kinds of blood taste like. Like, I'm hoping for that vampire book. Because as you guys may or may not know, I absolutely love vampires. One of my alter egos is a vampire. Or one of my disguises is a vampire named Shua. So, which is snow in Chinese. And I do want to play, what's that RPG vampire game? Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines on stream someday. Maybe. We'll see. So you guys get a choice. I can continue reading one of the 2 last Skyrim stories, or I can pick a short Lovecraft story. You're gonna say you're really into blood and you need to sip really quick. No. No. It's pretty, but no, I don't need to drink blood to live. I actually don't need to eat anything since I'm an angel. But I do enjoy eating just because it's enjoyable. And my vessel needs to eat since she's human. I have a confession. I'm really into skooma and I need a sip. Well, your skooma's right there. Let me put you back over by your skooma, silly. You're very tiny. And I think Palmstar's fallen asleep in my arms. Lovecraft for me, the stories are really interesting. Okay, I think I have a good short one for you guys. I have this huge book. Let me get it off the shelf here. There we go. I have this huge book of all his stories. And I have Dracula, I have Frankenstein, and I have a collection of Edgar Allan Poe's poetry too. So, since I'm gonna pick a shorter one here. Let's see here. Unless you guys know Lovecraft and have any suggestions. I will say though that blood doesn't taste like Kool-Aid, so I just want to get that myth out of the way. Yeah, I've also heard people think it tastes like ketchup. It's like, like when children are little and they happen to see a gory movie with their parents, the parents will go, oh, that's just ketchup, don't worry about it. It's pretty funny. Let's see. The one I'm thinking of... Tree, I don't remember that one. Cats of Uthar. A Terrible Old Man. Well, let me go to the beginning. You guys are welcome to give suggestions. I like me some Eldritch stuff. Me too. Check out those Eldritch games too. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Sucker for... Oh, Sucker for Love seems cute. I've heard of it. It's a Eldritch dating sim, I think. It has really cute character designs. Beast in the Cave, The Alchemist's Tomb, Dagon, Polaris, Beyond the Wall of Sleep, so Juan Romero, The White Ship, The Street, Doom That Came to Sarnath. The Tree, The Temple, The Pitcher in the House. This is what I was thinking of. Cool Air, 373. It's really well done. I'll have to look into it. It's like an Eldritch, if you guys like dating sims. And if you want to get a taste of it, played by someone else, I think Markiplier played it, and maybe Jacksepticeye, if you guys like Let's Players. Okay, so... Okay, there's no way I can read Call of Cthulhu on stream right now. It's really long. Here it is, Cool Air. This is one of his shorter ones. You guys ready? me look at some of the other stories. This has every single one of his stories. Call of Cthulhu. It's a longer one. It's, let me see how long it is. It's not as long as like the Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath. That one is, that would take a whole stream to read. It's really good though. You guys would definitely fall asleep though. Oh, there's Pickman's Model. There's so many good ones. Pickman's Model is a little long. Let's see how long Call of Cthulhu is. This is a classic one. It's pretty long. If you read that, you might be here for a good couple hours. I think someone made a game called, yeah, Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth. It's pretty dang good. I might have to get that and play it on the stream. So we've got Call of Cthulhu, which is a little long. Got Under the Pyramids. Oh, Under the Pyramids is really good, but it's also pretty long. There's so many good ones. I was gonna read Cool Air, which is a shorter one. Oh, this one. Okay, this one's a longer one too. Herbert West Reanimator. At this point, I wouldn't even mind reading a little bit of Animorphs. I unfortunately don't have any Animorphs. But let me find which Cool Air was. 373. The Hound. $3.73. There we go. How did you do it, Queen? Your lovely voice made me fall asleep. Well, that's what I'm here for, to help you guys relax. I thought you might have fallen asleep. You went silent. I knew it was going to happen. That's what this stream is for, is to help you guys relax after a nightmare. Okay, so now we're going to shift gears to suggestion from you, lovely Entourage, to some Lovecraft, some H.P. Lovecraft. You do have a great voice for sure. You're really good at bedtime stories. I definitely want to do this more often. People seem to really enjoy these, where I read to them. So, definitely. Thank you very much. I'm glad you guys like my voice so much. But that's why I became a streamer, because I always got compliments on my voice. So we're going to switch from our Skyrim stories. Perfect for ASMR. Well, I'm learning. I'm glad you guys are understanding and patient with me. I kind of do a different thing from most people who do ASMR. But I like doing ones where I kind of interact with you guys and speak to you individually. Hello! You're new here. Hello, Whisk. I see you found your way to my floating palace library. Welcome, welcome. Make them feel welcome. You're brand new. I'm just reading some H.P. Lovecraft, The Entourage. Some of them had some horrible nightmares, so I've been reading some mildly spooky stories to comfort them. One good question. Have you read a book so well that made you fall asleep on stream? Not yet, Crumbling Sanity. Not yet. It's actually very hard for me to fall asleep sitting up. I would have to be so dead tired for that to happen. Hello, Whisk. Welcome to the Entourage, baby. Welcome, welcome. So, I've picked a fairly short Lovecraft story called Cool Air. And it's one of his lesser known ones, I'm pretty sure. But if any of you, you're very welcome, baby. You're very welcome. Let me get you in here. Add another little unicorn to symbolize you. Oh, you're super big. You can sit over here by, that's Pizza Queen by the fireplace, and then I'm holding Palm Star. He fell asleep. That's his chair with the tea. And we've got little itty bitty tiny Lost Victorian back here. And Crumbling Sanity over here. If you guys want to sit in different places, let me know. So, if no one has any suggestions, I'm going to be reading Cool Air by H.P. Lovecraft. Is everyone ready? Let me get some water first. And let me do the YouTuber thing. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to my channel if you like my content, and leave me comments if you so desire. You don't have to though, but it helps me a lot. Thank you. I've been told that, and I don't know. I have quite a foul mouth sometimes, but I can be very wholesome. Especially on stream. I go into this strange zen mode where it's really difficult for me to get angry. But thank you, Liz. Thank you. You guys need anything before I start? Can sit with you? Okay. Yeah, come sit here with Lost Victorian. You can share some tea and skooma. I don't know if you're familiar with the land of Nern, but they have this substance called skooma. Since you're so tiny, yeah, there's space for multiple. You do? I'd love to hear this foul mouth. Well, if you guys want to hear my mouth, go to any of my my doom, because you would be loved and oh, I can be foul with the best of them. Oh yes, I have a temper for the ages. But despite my temper, I try to keep it in check. I'm getting better at it, but I am a fiery lass. But I'm fairly wholesome, I suppose. But if you guys want to see that demonstrated, go watch either my amnesia playthroughs. When I get spooked, it tends to come out too. I can't really help it. Okay, sorry for that, guys. That was my OBS letting me know it disconnected and reconnected. Thanks, OBS. I hope that wasn't too loud. But all good? All good? Everyone good? Anyone need anything? Anyone want to ask anything before I start reading? I'll give you guys some page sounds. Did you guys hear it? If you did, it was fine? Okay. So, my style of ASMR is I do some sounds, but I'm mostly a role player. Being wholesome is overrated, trust me. I can't find a wholesome person in my life. You hear the nice brushes? And yeah, I heard the sound. It's no problem for me. Okay, it was really loud for me. Oh, I'm glad it wasn't so loud for you guys. I'm this interesting balance. I've been told I'm both wholesome and profane and sus and elegant all at once. One question, would you like to open the mystery box? What mystery box? There's a mystery box around here? Or are you just trying to propose to me again, Palmstar? So for anyone new to the Entourage, these are some of our regulars here. Lost Victorian, Pizza Queen, and Palmstar. They've been with me for a while now, and Palmstar loves to do push-ups every time I read, and he also likes to propose to me. Now, all of you, I'm used to people proposing to me. Look at me, you know? That's the magic right there, but I need more profanity and raw, uncut magic lessons. Oh, trust me, you get plenty of it. Just not in this stream. I'm trying to relax everyone. Okay, guys, you ready? I love talking to you guys, though. Because I know all of you like listening to my voice, so. Why do I wonder if I'm the sort that I could just read the dictionary? You guys would be happy. I have the mystery box, and you have to risk it. I mean, I'm an angel, so sure. Hand it over. Wait, hold up. Who's trying to marry you now? I'm liking this Lord. It's Palmstar. He's right here. Ready? Would you like to open it? Ready? Okay, let me open this mystery box first. What is it, Palmstar? I just opened it. Okay, we've got Cool Air. How about this? I'll open the box after we read this. Okay, we have Cool Air by H.P. Lovecraft. You asked me to explain why I'm afraid of a draft of cool air, why I shiver more than others upon entering a cold room, and seem nauseated and repelled when the chill of evening creeps through the heat of a mild autumn day. There are those who say I respond to cold as others do to a bad odor, and I am the last to deny the impression. What I will do is to relate the most horrible circumstance I ever encountered, and leave it to you to judge whether or not this forms a suitable explanation of my peculiarity. It is a mistake to fancy that horror is associated inextricably with darkness, silence, and solitude. I found it in the glare of mid-afternoon, in the clangor of a metropolis, and in the teeming midst of a shabby and commonplace rooming house with a prosaic landlady and 2 stalwart men by my side. In the spring of 1923, I had secured some dreary and unprofitable magazine work in the city of New York, and being unable to pay any substantial rent, began drifting from one cheap boarding establishment to another in search of a room which might combine the qualities of decent cleanliness, endurable furnishings, and very reasonable price. It soon developed that I had only a choice between different evils, but after a time I came upon a house in West 14th Street, which disgusted me much less than the others I had sampled. The place was a 4-story mansion of brownstone, dating apparently from the late 40s, and fitted with woodwork and marble, whose stained and sullied splendor argued a descent from high levels of tasteful opulence. Oh, let me move. Sorry guys, I had to move my keyboard so I set the book down. Decorated. Palace was a 4-story mansion, dating apparently from the 40s, stained sullied. Okay. In the rooms, large and lofty, a decorated but impossible paper and ridiculously ornate stucco cornices, there lingered a depressing mustiness and hint of obscure cookery. But the floors were clean, the linen tolerably regular, and the hot water not too often cold or turned off, so that I came to regard it as at least a bearable place to hibernate till one might really live again. The landlady, a slatternly, almost bearded Spanish woman named Herrero, did not annoy me with gossip or with criticisms of the late burning electric light in my 3rd floor front hall room, and my fellow lodgers were as quiet and as uncommunicative as one might desire, being mostly Spaniards a little above the coarsest and crudest grade. Only the din of streetcars in the thoroughfare below proved a serious annoyance. I had been there about 3 weeks when the first odd incident occurred. One evening at about 8, I heard a spattering on the floor and became suddenly aware that I had been smelling the pungent odor of ammonia for some time. Looking about, I saw that the ceiling was wet and dripping, the soaking apparently proceeding from a corner on the side toward the street. Anxiously to stop the matter at its source, I hastened to the basement to tell the landlady, and was assured by her that the trouble would quickly be set right. "Dr. Munoz," she cried as she rushed upstairs ahead of me. "He has spilled his chemicals. He is too sick for doctor himself, sick and sicker all the time, but he will have no other for help. He is very, very queer in his sickness. All day he takes funny-smelling baths and cannot get excited or warm. All his own housework he do. His little room are full of bottles and machines, and he can do no work as doctor. But he was a great one. My father in Barcelona have heard of him, and only just now he fix an arm of the plumber that get hurt of a sudden. He never go out, only on roof in my boy Esteban. He bring him his food and laundry and medicines and chemicals. My God, the sal almanac that man used for him keep him cool." Mrs. Herrero disappeared up the staircase to the 4th floor, and I returned to my room. The ammonia ceased to drip, and as I cleaned up what had spilled and opened the window for air, I heard the landlady's heavy footsteps above me. Dr. Munoz I had never heard, save for certain sounds as of some gasoline-driven mechanism, since his step was soft and gentle. I wondered for a moment what the strange affliction of this man might be, and whether his obstinate refusal of outside aid were not the result of a rather baseless eccentricity. There is, I reflected tritely, an infinite deal of pathos in the state of an eminent person who has come down in the world. I might have never known Dr. Munoz had it not been for the heart attack that suddenly seized me one forenoon as I sat writing in my room. Physicians had told me of the danger of those spells, and I knew there was no time to be lost. So remembering that what the landlady said about the invalid's help of the injured workman, I dragged myself upstairs and knocked feebly at the door above mine. My knock was answered in good English by a curious voice some distance to the right, asking my name and business. And these things being stated, there came an opening of the door next to the one I had sought. A rush of cool air greeted me, and though the day was one of the hottest of late June, I shivered as I crossed the threshold into a large apartment whose rich and tasteful decorations surprised me in the nest of squalor and seediness. A folding couch now filled its diurnal role of sofa, and the mahogany furniture, sumptuous hangings, old paintings, and mellow bookshelves all bespoke a gentleman's study rather than a boarding-house bedroom. I now saw that the hall room above mine, the little room of bottles and machines which Mrs. Herrero had mentioned, were merely the laboratory of the doctor, and that his main living quarters lay in the spacious adjoining room, whose convenient alcoves and large contiguous bathroom permitted him to hide all dressers and obtrusive utilitarian devices. Dr. Munoz, most certainly was a man of birth, cultivation, and discrimination. The figure before me was short but exquisitely proportioned, and clad in somewhat formal dress of perfect cut and fit. A high-bred face of masterful, though not arrogant expression, was adorned by a short iron-gray full beard and an old-fashioned pince. I'm going to pronounce this wrong. It's not pince-nez. It's like... Now I gotta check. It's... I know it has a very... Pince... Come on. No. I said pronunciation. Pansney? Pansney? Really? Pansnez. Pansney? Okay. Can say his name again, I don't blame you. No, it's his little tiny glasses. They're like these little tiny glasses that grip your nose. They're called Pansney. It looks like pince-nez though. That's Pansney. So let's see. Here we go. So his old-fashioned, look at it again. Pince-nez shielded the full dark eyes and surmounted an aquiline nose, which gave a Moorish touch to a physiognomy otherwise dominantly Celtiberian. Thick, well-trimmed hair, they argued the punctual calls of a barber, was parted gracefully above a high forehead. The whole picture was one of striking intelligence and superior blood and breeding. Nevertheless, I saw Dr. Munoz in that blast of cool air. I felt a repugnance which nothing in his aspect could justify. Only his lividly inclined complexion and coldness of touch could have been afforded a physical basis for this feeling, and even these things should have been excusable, considering the man's known invalidism. It might, too, have been the singular cold that alienated me, for such chillness was abnormal on so hot a day, and the abnormal always excites aversion, distrust, and fear. But repugnance was soon forgotten in admiration, for the strange physician's extreme skill at once became manifest, despite the ice-coldness and shakiness of his bloodless-looking hands. He clearly understood my needs at a glance, and ministered to them with a master's deftness, the while reassuring me in a finely modulated, though oddly hollow and timbreless voice, that he was the bitterest of sworn enemies to death, and had sunk his fortune and lost all his friends in a lifetime of bizarre experiment devoted to its bafflement and extirpation. Something of the benevolent fanatic seemed to reside in him, and he rambled on almost garrulously as he sounded my chest and mixed a suitable draught of drugs fetched from the smaller laboratory room. Evidently, he found the society of a well-born man a rare novelty in this dingy environment, and was moved to unaccustomed speech as memories of better days surged over him. His voice, if strange, was at least soothing, and I could not even perceive that he breathed as the fluent sentences rolled urbanely out. He sought to distract my mind from my own seizure by speaking of his theories and experiments. And I remember his tactfully consoling me about my weak heart by insisting that will and consciousness are stronger than organic life itself, so that if a body frame be but originally healthy and carefully preserved, it may, through a scientific enhancement of these qualities, retain a kind of nervous animation, despite the most serious impairments, defects, or even absences in the battery of specific organs. He might, he half-jestingly said, someday teach me to live, or at least to process some kind of conscious existence, without any heart at all. For his part, he was afflicted with the complication of maladies requiring a very exact regimen, which included constant cold. So he's like me. Any marked rise in temperature might, if prolonged, affect him fatally, and the frigidity of his habitation, some 55 or 56 degrees Fahrenheit, I'm sorry I don't know how to convert that to Celsius, was maintained by an absorption system of ammonia cooling, the gasoline engine of those pumps I had often heard in my own room below. Relieved of my seizure in a marvelously short while, I left the shivery place over a disciple and devotee of the gifted recluse. After that, I paid him frequent over-coded calls, listening while he told of secret researches and almost ghastly results, and trembling a bit when I examined the unconventional and astonishingly ancient volumes on his shelves. I was eventually, I may add, almost cured of my disease for all time by his skillful ministrations. It seems that he did not scorn in the incantations of the medievalist, since he believed these cryptic formulae to contain rare psychological stimuli which might conceivably have singular effects on the substance of a nervous system for which organic pulsations have fled. I was touched by his account of the aged Dr. Torres of Valencia, who had shared his earlier experiments with him through the great illness of 18 years before, whence his present disorders proceeded. No sooner had the venerable practitioner saved his colleague than he himself succumbed to the grim enemy he had fought. Perhaps the strain had been too great, for Dr. Munoz made it whisperingly clear, though not in detail, that the methods of healing had been most extraordinary, involving scenes and processes not welcomed by elderly and conservative Galens. As the weeks passed, I observed with regret that my new friend was indeed slowly but unmistakably losing ground physically, as Mrs. Herrero had suggested. The livid aspect of his countenance was intensified. His voice became more hollow and indistinct. His muscular motions were less perfectly coordinated, and his mind and will displayed less resilience and initiative. Of this sad change he seemed by no means unaware, and little by little his expression and conversation both took on a gruesome irony which restored in me something of the subtle repulsion I had originally felt. 18 degrees Celsius? Oh, thank you, baby. Thank you. He developed strange caprices, acquiring a fondness for exotic spices and Egyptian incense till his room smelled like the vault of a sepulchred pharaoh in the Valley of Kings. At the same time, his demands for cold air increased, and with my aid, he amplified the ammonia piping of his room and modified the pumps and feed of his refrigerating machine till he could keep the temperature as low as 34 or 40 degrees and even 28 degrees. If anyone wants to convert that, I love you. The bathroom and laboratory, of course, being less chilled in order that water might not freeze and that chemical processes might not be impeded. The tenant adjoining him complained of the icy air from around the connecting door, so I've helped him fit heavy hangings to obviate the difficulty. A kind of growing horror of ultra and morbid cast seemed to possess him. He talked of death incessantly, but laughed hollowly when such things as burial or funeral arrangements were gently suggested. Thank you, Kremlin Sanity. I'm trying my best. There's some very old English in these books also. All in all, he became a disconcerting and even gruesome companion. Yet, in my gratitude for his healing, I could not well abandon him to the strangers around him, and was careful to dust his room and attend to his needs each day, muffled in a heavy ulster which I brought especially for the purpose. I likewise did much of his shopping, and gasped in bafflement at some of the chemicals he ordered from druggists and laboratory supply houses. An increasing and unexplained atmosphere of panic seemed to rise around his apartment. The whole house, as I have said, had a musty odor. The smell in his room was worse, and in spite of all the spices and incense and the pungent chemicals of the now incessant baths which he insisted on taking unaided, I perceived that it must be connected with his ailment, and shuddered when I reflected on what that ailment might be. Mrs. Herrero crossed herself when she looked at him, and gave him up unreservedly to me, not even letting her son Esteban continue to run errands for him. When I suggested other physicians, the sufferer would fly into as much of a rage as he seemed to dare to entertain. He evidently feared the physical effect of violent emotion, yet his will and driving force waxed rather than waned, and he refused to be confined to his bed. The lassitude of his earlier ill days gave place to a return of his fiery purpose, so that he seemed about to hurl defiance at the death demon even as that ancient enemy seized him. The pretense of eating, always curiously like a formality with him, he virtually abandoned, and mental power alone appeared to keep him from total collapse. And yes, you guys are free to talk to each other while I read, don't worry. He acquired a habit of writing long documents of some sort, which he carefully sealed and filled with injunctions that I transmit them after his death to certain persons who he named, for the most part leathered East Indians, but including a once celebrated French physician now generally thought dead, and about whom the most inconceivable things had been whispered. As it happened, I burned all these papers undelivered and unopened. His aspect and voice became utterly frightful, and his presence almost unbearable. One September day, an unexpected glimpse of him reduced to an epileptic fit in a man who had come to repair his electric desk lamp, a fit for which he prescribed effectively, whilst keeping himself well out of sight. The man, oddly enough, had been through the terrors of the Great War without having incurred any fright so thorough. Then, in the middle of October, the horror of horrors came with stupefying suddenness. One night, about 11, the pump of the refrigerating machine broke down, so that within 3 hours the process of ammonia cooling became impossible. Dr. Munoz summoned me by thumping on the floor, and I worked desperately to repair the injury while my host cursed in a tone whose lifeless, rattling hollowness surpassed description. My amateur efforts, however, proved of no use, and when I had brought in a mechanic from a neighboring all-night garage, we learned that nothing could be done till morning, when a new piston would have to be obtained. The moribund hermit's rage and fear, swelling to grotesque proportions, seemed likely to shatter what remained of his failing physique, and once a spasm caused him to clap his hands to his eyes and rush into the bathroom. He groped his way out with face tightly bandaged, and I never saw his eyes again. The frigidity of the apartment was now sensibly diminishing, and at about 5 a.m., the doctor retired to the bathroom, commanding me to keep him supplied with all the ice I could obtain at all-night drugstores and cafeterias. As I would return from my sometimes discouraging trips and lay my spoils before the closed bathroom door, I could hear a restless splashing within, and a thick voice croaking out the order for more, more. At length, a warm day broke, and the shops opened one by one. I asked Esteban either to help with the ice fetching whilst I obtained the pump piston, or to order the piston while I continued with the ice. But instructed by his mother, he absolutely refused. Finally, I hired a seedy-looking loafer whom I encountered on the corner of 8th Avenue to keep the patient supplied with ice from a little shop where I introduced him, and applied myself diligently to the task of finding a pump piston and engaging workmen competent to install it. The task seemed interminable, and I raged almost as violently as the hermit when I saw the hours slipping by in a breathless, foodless round of vain telephoning, in a hectic quest from place to place, hither and thither by subway and surface car. About noon, I encountered a suitable supply house far downtown, and at approximately 1:30 p.m. arrived at my boarding place with the necessary paraphernalia and 2 sturdy and intelligent mechanics. I had done all I could, and I hoped I was in time. Black terror, however, had preceded me. The house was in utter turmoil, and above the chatter of odd voices, I heard a man praying in a deep basso. Fiendish things were in the air, and lodgers told over the beads of their rosaries as they caught the odor from beneath the doctor's closed door. The lounger I had hired, it seemed, had fled screaming and mad-eyed not long after his second delivery of ice, perhaps as a result of excessive curiosity. He could not, of course, have locked the door behind him, yet it was now fastened, presumably from the inside. There was no sound within save a nameless sort of slow, thick dripping. Briefly consulting with Mrs. Herrero and the workmen, despite a fear that gnawed my inmost soul, I advised the breaking down of the door, but the landlady found a way to turn the key from the outside with some wire device. We had previously opened the doors of all the other rooms on that hall and flung all the windows to the very top. Now, noses protected by handkerchiefs, we trimly invaded the accursed south room, which blazed with the warm sun of early afternoon. A kind of dark, slimy trail led from the open bathroom door to the hall door, and thence to the desk where a terrible little pool had accumulated. Something was scrawled there in pencil in an awful blind hand on a piece of paper hideously smeared as though by the very claws that traced the hurried last words. Then the trail led to the couch and ended unutterably. What was there, or had been, on the couch, I cannot and dare not say here, but this is what I shiveringly puzzled out on that stickily smeared paper before I drew a match and burned it to a crisp. What I puzzled out in terror, as the landlady and 2 mechanics rushed frantically from that hellish place to babble their incoherent stories at the nearest police station. The nauseous words seemed well nigh incredible in that yellow sunlight, with the clatter of cars and motor trucks ascending clamorously from crowded 14th Street. Yet I confess that I believed them then. Whether I believe them now, I honestly do not know. There are things about which it is better not to speculate, and all that I can say is that I hate the smell of ammonia and grow faint at a draught of unusually cool air. The end, ran the noisome scrawl, is here. No more ice. The man looked and ran away. Warmer every minute, and the tissues can't last. I fancy you know what I said about the will and the nerves and the preserved body after the organs ceased to work. It was a good theory, but couldn't keep up indefinitely. There was a gradual deterioration I had not foreseen. Dr. Torres knew, but the shock killed him. He couldn't stand what he had to do. He had to get me in a strange, dark place when he minded my letter and nursed me back. And the organs never would work again. It had to be done my way, artificial preservation. For you see, I died that time 18 years ago. Ta-da! Let me catch up with you guys. The mystery box has a coupon for 50 push-ups. Wait, do I have to do the push-ups? Not the rain background. I might fall asleep. Well, that's what we're here for. No ring. Say his name again. A little mignon number. 18 Celsius. You gotta pronounce the name. Whoever converts the sip of my skooma. 25 is -3. Thank you, Wiz. Thank you. Yes, thank you for our European and yes, everyone but certain. There are only a few countries that use imperial. Anyone who uses metric system. A skooma, nice drink. The bottle next to me. It's nice and sweet. When I read it's supposed to be some fictional drug beverage. It's supposed to be super addictive. Yes, crumbling sanity. That's exactly what it is. Try to make it sound a bit nicer. Of course you did, Lost Victorian. You're our resident skooma baby. It's cough medicine. I guess you could call it that. Also use it to Which are you on right now? Already finished? Yeah, it was just a short story. I'm reading from a collection of all of Lovecraft's stories, and some of them are fairly short. This was one of his shorter ones, and yeah, that was it. It was only, let's see how long. Let me move my microphone here. Oh. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So did you guys need anything explained? I never want to assume you guys don't understand what I read, but for just in case. Because Lovecraft's writing is pretty archaic. So if you guys, and I realize not all of you might have English as your first language either. So if you have any questions, or if you want to talk about the story, we can do that now. That did take a little while to see. It's good I picked one of the shorter ones. So once again, that was Cool Air by H.P. Lovecraft. Thank you for listening and being so well behaved, everyone. My brain is spaghetti, and I know I'm right now. There's a fork in the. That's fine, Crumbling Sandy. So, for those of you who might have gotten a little lost, so Cool Air, basically, it was about this young man who he's trying to find some place to live. Sure, I'm gonna do that now, baby. Don't worry. So, this young man's trying to find some place to live. Yeah, my English isn't my first. I could use that. Of course, Wiz, of course. Yeah, I always want to accommodate people who just maybe English isn't your first language, or you weren't fully paying attention because this is really relaxing, so maybe you zoned out. Sure. So basically, Cool Air is about this young gentleman. He's like a upper class gentleman for what it seems, you know, and he's been looking for a place to live, and he's having trouble finding somewhere that's both nice and but the rent's decent, you know, because I guess he doesn't have a lot of money. And he finally finds this place that seems it's decent enough, you know, could be better, but he can't be picky, right? So he's like, all right, you know, this is good enough. Like, the cold and hot water works, and it's got a little bit of a musty smell, but, you know, the furniture's decent. It's a decent place. You know, I'll take it. So the landlady is like a middle-aged Hispanic lady named Mrs. Herrero, and she's got a son named Esteban. And so the younger gentleman's there for about 3 weeks, so it's getting close to like a month before something really odd happens. He hears like this dripping on the floor, and it's not just water though, because he smells it and he's like, oh, that smells like ammonia, which for those of you who might not know what ammonia is, it's like a chemical that's used in a cleaning solution. She sounds hot. Me or the Hispanic lady? But it's like this weird like ammonia smell, which, like I said, is usually a chemical you use to clean stuff. So he's like, okay, that's really weird. And so he's like, okay, this is ridiculous. So he goes to the landlady and he's like, hey man, you know, what's going on? Can you check this for me? And she's like, oh, you know, don't worry about it. It's just this doctor named Dr. Munoz, which is spelled Hispanic lady. So I can't type it here, but the N has the little squiggle over it. So it's like, looks like also like a Hispanic name. So it's Dr. Munoz. It's Enya, if any of you who know Spanish. I know some Spanish, but Munoz. So there's this Dr. Munoz, and he's got this like ammonia dripping from his place. And so the landlady is telling our main character, who we never get his name. That happens a lot in Lovecraft stories, I think, that the main character never really has a name. But our main character gets this whole little explanation from the landlady about, oh, he's this great doctor, and you know, he takes these weird smelling baths, and it always has to be really cold in his place, but he's like this gifted physician. He's like this amazing doctor. And she says her son's always helping him out because, you know, he has a hard time dealing with things, and but he uses like the ammonia and all this stuff to keep himself cool. And it's like, okay, that's a little weird, but yeah, he's a great doctor. So some time passes, and our main character is like, oh, I never would have met this doctor if not for I almost had a heart attack. And he's like, oh, okay, I heard about this doctor. I'm going to go see him, see if he can help me. And so our main character goes to Dr. Munoz, and he's amazing. Like, he's like, this guy is this classy, upper class gentleman who's dressed really well, has this really nice haircut, has a very, you know, like upper class kind of bone structure and like, you know, face. And he's just got that look of this very classy gentleman. And he's very well spoken too. And his room is really richly decorated, and all this fancy furniture, these tapestries, all these fancy, you know, decorations and stuff. It looks super out of place from the rest of like the flats or the apartments in this building. And so he's like the guy is super intelligent, you know, he's clearly like an upper class guy. And despite all the finery and all this wonderful, like, this guy seems wonderful. Like, you know, he seems like a great guy. He's a great doctor. But our main character gets this weird feeling that he can't quite place. Like, something about this guy is off. And he's not really sure why. He's like, okay, it doesn't make sense. His place is amazing. He looks like a great guy. He's dressed really well. And yeah, sure, his place is a little cold and it smells like ammonia, but I don't know, something's rubbing me the wrong way, excuse me. He's like, but, you know, whatever. He just dismisses it as, you know, I'm suffering right now, whatever. And something else he notices is this doctor has ice cold hands, and it looks like bloodless. Like, you know, when you get cold, your skin turns like very pale. So like he just looks very pale, and like he's freezing to touch. But other than that, seems like a pretty great guy, you know. So the doctor administers, you know, his treatments to him and checks up on his heart, and he takes care of him. And, you know, within a little while, our main character recovers just fine. And he recovers. And so in return, our main character starts to kind of hang out with him more and kind of look after him, because he's just like this very much older gentleman. And he's got this very complex setup of like these engines that keep the ammonia and the cold air constantly running. So his like little apartment is constantly very chilly. The temperature was in Fahrenheit like 55 degrees, which in Celsius is 18 because of whisk. So thank you for that conversion. And as they get to know each other, the doctor tells Mr. Main Character, he's like, oh, you know, I've done these researches and I know about these things where you can like continue to live even without your organs working. And that's like our first hint that something is off. It's like, okay, wait, people can live without their main like organs even functioning? Like, whoa, that's amazing. You know, so that's like your first little tip off that this is going somewhere spooky. So let me see here. So as the weeks pass, though, unfortunately, the doctor's condition starts to get worse and worse and worse. And the temperature is dropped even more, although something I forgot to mention earlier is his little like apartment where he's staying, or his flat, has two separate areas. There's like the area with all his scientific potion, like, you know, concoctions and all the machinery. And then there's like the living space with his couch and his bathroom and all of that, you know. And the doctor has to take these constant like cold baths and stuff as well, which, okay, a little strange, but whatever. And then it gets to the point where... Oh, that was another thing that our main character noticed, is the way he talks sometimes is kind of strange. Despite being very well spoken, talking like an upper class scholarly gentleman, he has this kind of hollow way of speaking. And the way I understand that is, as you listen to my voice right now, and as you listen to most people talking, you can hear like energy, and you can hear like my voice like fluctuating as I talk to you guys. But this guy apparently has this very dead kind of way of speaking. It's kind of hard. I don't know if I can really emulate it, but I'm sure you guys have probably met people or seen people in like TV shows or video games that have this very kind of just this unsettling kind of emotionless way of speaking. That's kind of the best way I can describe it. So he kind of, and that gets worse as his health is getting worse, and he starts demanding all these really complex things of, you know, the main character. And the main character feels indebted to like take care of him because he helped him with his heart attack and his health and everything, got him back to normal. And the other tenants around this guy's room start complaining about how cold it is. They're like, oh, he's freezing the rest of us with his cold air. So the main character does his best to like seal off like the drafts and whatever coming from the doctor's room. That's like super freezing cold now. -3 Celsius, I think it was. Yeah. And so, which is 28 degrees Fahrenheit. And he's like requesting all these strange like exotic spices and Egyptian incense, and it like references the Valley of Kings in Egypt, which is kind of something Lovecraft talks about a lot, are the pyramids. And he loves writing stories about ancient Egypt and like there being spooky stuff in the pyramids, which I absolutely love because I am a fan of ancient cultures and I love ancient Egypt. So it's like the sort of speak, like when you hear an anime character or something talk, they talk normally, but you hear a resonance and what it shows they aren't human. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If any of you guys are familiar with like anime and like, it's a kind of like a robotic way of speaking, or like something that isn't human and isn't used to speaking like us will speak in kind of this weird clipped way. Oh, yay! I'm glad to hear that. Us Victorian, I'm glad you like ancient Egypt too. So, as things get worse and worse for the doctor, he has to keep taking all these incessant baths, and he constantly needs all this ice, more ice, you know, especially when his machinery breaks down eventually. And our main character tries his best to fix like the machinery that pumps like the ammonia and the cold air through his like apartment. Is it like the mummification? Because the Egyptians used to remove the organs. Whisk, that's very clever. Yes, it is kind of, he's like a live mummy. Because he wraps his, if you guys remember, he like wraps his face at the end, and it gives like, it's very clever, like how to preserve the body. Exactly. Yep. That's pretty much what he does. He's like a live mummy, and he's been able to figure out a way to preserve himself so he looks normal, but he has to do all this strange stuff. He has to take these weird cold baths. He has to have this ammonia and cold air constantly, because if you guys have ever been in a funeral home or been around a corpse, you got to keep them cool, and so they don't rot. So this guy is literally a walking corpse preserving himself, because I think you use ammonia to preserve bodies. So that's kind of like another hint. And the thing about like, oh, he wanted all these weird incenses and spices, like he was some ancient pharaoh from, you know, the Valley of Kings, which is where I think all the pyramids are, and where all these pharaohs are buried. And so it's kind of, you know, hinting that more and more. And yeah, Whisk made a very, very, very nice observation. Exactly. And so when his machinery breaks down, like our main character is like rushing, and he's trying to get all these people to fix it, and he can't find anyone, and he's also rushing to get like ice for his ice baths, because like the guy's like, I need more ice, you know, and like the temperature of the apartment keeps going down and down and down and down, and like so worse comes to worse, and sadly, our main character is too late. He did his best. Also, the son of the landlady, Esteban, like his mother told him, you stay away from that doctor. There's something wrong with that guy. Stay away. And she like crosses herself, which is what I think Catholics do to like ward off evil. They make the sign of the cross on themselves, and they're like rosaries and stuff. And like, she's like, nope, my son is not helping you anymore. There's something evil about you. So, you know, our main character's like rushing around, trying to do all this stuff on his own. He finally gets these two mechanics. And he has to go to all these weird like places to get ice, because it's like the middle of summer too. That was the other thing that kind of tips you off that this guy's weird, is like it's the middle of the summer and he has this freezing cold room, which I don't know, maybe that doesn't tip you off. That kind of lulls you into a false sense of security, because it's like, oh, it's the middle of summer, you know, that makes sense. He's keeping his room cold, but then you slowly figure out like, why does it smell like ammonia? And it's like kind of weird. So our main character gets there with these two mechanics that are going to fix the doctor's machinery. And there's like this horrible smell. Like it's not the ammonia, it's some other horrific smell. And the door is locked. Oh, here's another thing that happened before this. Some mechanic guy came in to like fix like a lamp or something, and he like kept messing up, and the doctor yelled at him, and I forget the significance of this, but it was like the first sign that he's like getting worse and worse. And like, so they get to the room, and they're about to break down the door, but they're like, the landlady's like, hey, I have a key, just use this. So they open the room, and the smell is like horrible. It's like this horrible, horrible smell. And there's this dark, slimy trail. So like this trail like of like black goop, I'm guessing, like dark brown goop, like dried blood, I guess, or like desiccated blood or whatever. Although if this guy has live mummified himself, kind of, maybe he doesn't have blood. Like, we're not really given the details, but he's got this slimy, because he's like melting, you know, and he knows he's gonna die, and so he left this trail while he scribbled this note to our main character, and he ended up on the couch, and that's when our main character was like, oh, I cannot describe the horror that I saw on the couch. So I guess he saw the gross, like, goopy, rotting, corpsey, mummified looking body of the doctor, like just sitting there looking like a mummified, goopy corpse. And wrapped with some bandages, because remember, there was a time when the doctor, when things were first starting to go bad, he rushed into the bathroom and closed it. And when he came out, his entire head was bandaged up. Like, it was wrapped up in bandages. And then our main character's like, oh, I never saw his eyes again from that day forward. And so, yeah, he's basically was a living mummy. And so the premise of this story was the guy's like, oh, like, I'm going to tell you the story about why, like, cold air and the smell of ammonia just makes me just lose my mind. Like, makes me freak out. I have felt one of the dead bodies before, and it's quite the experience. It feels hollow, super cold, and feels much hollower than... Yeah, for me, I've been near a dead body before. It was a family member, and it was like cold clay, I think would be the best way to describe it. And it's really strange being around someone you knew before. It's just like they're sleeping, you know? And it's like at any moment they're going to sit up and start talking to you, but no, they're not going to. It's really weird for anyone who's dealt with like that kind of losing a human, which I'm immortal because I'm an angel, but I've have humans that become my friends and become like family to me, and they've died over the centuries. I have been here on Earth for about 400 years, and I'm about 1,000 years old, which is pretty young actually for an angel, but compared to humans, I'm an old lady, I guess. I mean, to be fair too, certainly have been. It could have been. Yeah, it's not really clear. But yeah, the twist at the end is where he's like, because earlier the doctor was talking about there's this other French doctor that he was studying with to do this like immortality thing, like this live mummification thing. And the other doctor chickened out. Like, he was like, oh, I'm not doing this. This is crazy, you know, and he just didn't want to deal with the guy anymore. But Dr. Munoz figured it out, apparently. And he like hints earlier in the story that he's actually dead. He like does it when he talks about like, yeah, here it is. It's right here. His voice, if strange, was at least soothing. And then he's talking about his experiments and his theories. And I remember his tactfully consoling me about my weak heart by insisting that will and consciousness are stronger than any organic life. So this guy was literally keeping himself alive just by his strong will, which is absolutely badass, you know. And the ammonia and the cold air, you know. So that a bodily flame be but originally healthy and carefully preserved, it may, through a scientific enhancement of these qualities, retain a kind of nervous animation despite the most serious impairments, defects, or even absences in the battery of specific organs. So, like, the organs can be completely dead and you'll still be alive because of this research, these experiments. He half jestingly said. So as he was talking about, he's like, he's like kind of pretending like he's joking. Half joking, so he's half joking, half serious. He said he would someday teach me to live, so our main character, or at least to possess some kind of conscious existence without any heart at all. So this guy is literally missing his organs. He's literally a mummy, just like, you know, Whisk guessed. So it's, and I read this story a long time ago, and it was a pretty neat little story, but reading it to you guys and talking to you guys, I've actually realized some things I didn't realize before, so this was really fun. It happened to me twice, and I couldn't look at them, but it was scary to see their life. Yeah, it's really hard. Like, everyone deals with death differently. Me, personally, I go numb, and then it kind of hits me all at once. Like, I had this moment where my one human family member that I had he was like a father to me. And when he passed away, it was strange because I was talking to another angel and I was saying to her, I was like, oh, I'm going to call my, you know, adopted father. And I stopped and I was like, oh, I can't because he's dead. There was just like that moment where you want to like, people were doing all these nice things for him, you know, his funeral and everything. And I just had that weird moment where I wanted to call him and tell him all the nice things people were doing for him. but I couldn't because I was severed. Because when someone dies, it's hard to explain. Your connection to them is just cut off. It's people who've had someone pass will know what I mean. But oh gosh, the most anime ability ever. Yeah. Egyptian mythology, they say while the body died, the soul could keep living on the other side. Exactly, Wisp. Yeah. So it's kind of alluding to that, I'm pretty sure. Because like this guy's, he says how like his sheer willpower and like just his mind is keeping him alive. So basically like his soul, his very soul is like animating his dead body, you know, because he's been dead for like almost 20 years. Honestly, the explanation was really great and well said. The fact you were able to read that much and glean that much detailed information, that was really something. Thank you, Crumley Sand. Thank you. I try my best. That's actually one of my strengths, is summarizing stuff and noticing details. And, you know, I'm also an editor, so, and a writer, so. The Queen's really good at storytelling and reading. So thank you, Lost Victoria. I'm glad you guys think so. Yeah, I'm glad. But that's our last story for the day, unless you guys would like me to read one more story before we go. I usually only let my ASMRs go for about 2.5 hours. The minimum lengths of our streams is 3 hours and can get up to, I think my longest stream was 7 hours. Keep my eyes on. So good night, everyone. Good night, baby. Good night. And welcome to the Entourage, and thank you for joining us today, Whisk. You were lovely. You have a nice day night too, and sleep well, sweetie, and have nice dreams. Big hugs and kisses. I hope you don't have any nightmares. And I hope to see you again for our other streams. Yes, please let me wish them a good night. It was so nice to meet you, honey. Have sweet dreams and sleep well. You know what the worst part about this is, though? While you have been reading the story, I've been listening. Isn't my unicorn thick enough? Well, which one's you? I don't remember. If you guys want to be bigger, I can make you bigger. I think this one's... Oh goodness, I can't remember who's who now. Big unicorn. For anyone who's new, you're very welcome, baby. You're very welcome. The big old Caco demon back there is for Brozy. And those little frogs are ribbits. They're a creature from the world of Ion. It's an MMO. So, I can read you guys one more story. Or we can just have like a little hangout for a bit before I go for the day. And go off to do some recorded content. Also gorgeous, can't even recognize it. Exactly, you guys are all so gorgeous. My gorgeous little babe Arias. My little entourage. We're small but mighty. I think my goal for the entourage size is 10,000. So 10,000 subscribers, but I don't know. We'll see where things go. If I get to be one of those million channels or whatever, so be it, but you know. Your unicorns need different color mains then. Derek, hello, hello, honey. Hello, hello. Unicolts, I see a fellow Final Fantasy 14 player. It's good to see you, baby. It's good to see you. We just read some Lovecraft. You missed it. And Derek is one of our regulars. He likes to pop in between his work breaks just to say hey. They do. Let me see here. Oh. I think I can go. Oh, look at that. Ta-da! Oh no, it changes all of them, see? Because what I need to do to get them to be different is... I forgot to duplicate them the wrong way. Oh well. Properties? No. There we go. It's back to normal. Yeah, I should make you guys all different colors. That's fine. Someday we'll have a unique representation for you guys, but for now you guys get to be rainbow unicorns. Yes, welcome him and welcome Derek and Pizza Queen, you're still here. I think Palm Star passed out. And that's fine, you guys are... It's kind of what I expected. I think what we'll do, because my voice is getting a little tired from reading so much, as you guys can probably hear, we'll just have a little hangout, and you guys are welcome to talk amongst each other and ask me things if you like. But after this, I'm gonna go and maybe I'll take a break, and then I'll do some recorded content. So, what kind of age are you exactly? Love Angel? Not quite. Okay. For anyone who's new and hasn't really seen my lore video, I'm a winter angel, though I may not quite look like it. I'm a healing angel. So I'm a winter healing angel, and one of my nicknames is the winter sunlight, or the sunlight in winter. So the way you can think about me is it's like on a calm, bright winter day when the snow's kind of got that sparkle from the sunlight and the sun rays are just kind of hitting the snow. So I'm like the sun in winter kind of thing, and I'm also a healer. But since I'm from another dimension, when I crossed over here, I lost a lot of my abilities. Not all of them. I can still fly and I can still shapeshift. But I lost my healing ability, so sadly I can't cure cancer. Sorry, guys. But my voice, my singing, my voice was part of my healing ability, which sadly, because I lost my healing abilities, I lost my singing ability for the most part. I can still carry a tune, but I used to be able to sing opera tier singing. You know, I used to be that good, but you know, in the dimensional crossing, I lost a lot of my abilities, sadly. And I wandered Earth for the longest time, and I used to be way more reclusive, way more reserved, and I would just kind of hang out in really snowy areas. Antarctica is actually one of my favorite places to hang out. But over time, I, would kind of observe humans from the shadows, and I realized that Antarctica didn't have a whole lot of people, mostly scientists, and I would disguise myself as various, animals to just kind of, keep an eye on them and whatever. And I eventually decided the more and more I would interact with people that, hey, they're not so bad. And so I opened up more and more, and I would disguise myself as a human. And I even, over the centuries, once every 100 years, I would find a vessel. And with my vessels, it's easier for me to interact with the human world. But they're human, so eventually they die, and I have to find a new one. And my vessels they're like children to me, sort of. And they're usually female. And the way my vessels work is it has to be, their personality and mine has to be almost a 100% match for me to be able to utilize their bodies as a vessel. And so my vessels I'm never going to really talk much about them because for their safety and for my safety. But yeah, to interact with you guys and do things, I do need to I hate to say it like that, to make use of my vessel, because she's a person, right? So, unfortunately, when they die, I have to find a new one. And I've been really fortunate that I'm surprised I've gotten them so soon. Like, some angels might not have found theirs for, ever. And I don't know how I've gotten so lucky that each time I had one die, not long after I found a new one. So. Complete overload. Yeah, my voice is... I'm not usually used to reading this much, so... Yeah, I really thought about how to explain this to all of you because I'm like, okay, I'm in a unique career where angels and demons and goddesses and vampires are just normal. And like, I was like, really? You know, no one's gonna do anything about us, you know? And so I was like, I can just be myself, you know? But yeah, host is another way to say it. Yep. Which I do have some alternate forms, and I have some personas and some, like, I have a male counterpart. His name is Hamliness, and you guys may be meeting him. You'll meet him eventually. And then I have a demon and a vampire disguise. My demon disguise was a lovely lady by the name of Khione, which means summer in Greek. And my name, by the way, Khione is Greek, and Aria is, it's Italian, it's just, you know, a word for a song, and hear me out on this one. Have you ever tried taking a picture of your model and uploading it to Tinder to see how many people... No, I have not. That would be an interesting test. Wonder if there's like a VTuber Tinder. That would be funny. But... And then I have my vampire persona, and her name is Shua, which is Chinese for blood. So, or blood, geez, snow. The word for blood is similar to snow. Sorry, guys. They're very similar to each other. It means snow. So, and you guys will definitely meet them. They have voices different from me. Like, Hamliness has a very deep voice, so... And then Khione, she has a really high-pitched voice. She sounds like this, and she's a rascal, and you guys can hear her when I play Oblivion. We play as this little girl named Punch Baby, and that's her mortal form before she died and became a demon, so... She's very pretty. Khione is very pretty. She's like the inverse of my colors. So, she has black hair with purple tips, and instead of my, warm colored eyes, she's like cool colored eyes. You love Punch Baby. Yeah, we just call her Punch Baby. But I figured out that that's Khione's mortal form. She's very funny, yeah. And when we go back to Oblivion, I will try to stay in character and talk as her more. OWP. Okay, and then, so I have like gold in me. Okay, no worries, honey, no worries. So let me show you guys me close up. Hold on a second. Oh, let me go back to our first scene here, and let me take off the, there, okay. So this is me. And as you can see, I've got kind of this warm look going on. But if you look really close, like at my earrings, you see the snow on there. And if you look at my... Let me zoom in here. What? You see my earrings? There's like a snowflake there. There's snow on my necklace. And like flakes on my dress. On my wings. So yeah. Khione, she's got black hair with purple, and she's got cool colored eyes, and she's got black wings, and she wears like black. She's like a goth lady. She's your goth girlfriend. Big titty goth girlfriend. But yeah. So, and then Shua, my vampire disguise, she has a very deep voice, so it's very difficult for me to talk like this for any length of time. It definitely takes me speaking in a very specific manner. I think this is the deepest my natural voice will go. So her voice is the polar opposite of Khione. She has a very, very deep voice. She's very calm, and she's very, like, elegant. Oh, yes. They have a lot of bright colors, and Emerald palette is nice. And then we have the whole spring environment. That's exactly what I'm going for. Yeah, because at first looks like, oh, she's a spring angel, right? It's like, look closer. I'm like the flowers like coming out of the snow, right? First hints of like spring out of the snow, but I am a winter angel. The minute you learn it does. I'm very busty. I'm very huggable. I'm hourglass shaped. I have a very cushy lap, a very cushy chest, round little baby face. And then we go back to our nice little fireplace. So yeah. But originally, since we're kind of in like the hangout part of the ASMR now, originally I was going to try to do this one as if I was just talking to one person. But then all of you came into chat and I was like, I like it better when I address you guys by name and talk to you guys because we're such a small... Say a lot of good things. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad. I try my best to be like super positive and uplifting and well-spoken and explain things really well and, you know, and be really encouraging. But don't fear. I can put my foot down when I need to. Please don't forget to read my rules, guys. They're down in the description below. Technically, you guys should be reading the rules before you even talk in chat, but be sure to read those. They're all basic, like, general stuff that other VTubers have. Like, don't be an asshole, you know, be nice, and don't try to dox anybody or leak information about VTubers like vessels or whatever. And stay on topic unless it's a specific type of stream. Like, right now, you guys can go off topic, it's fine. But when I'm usually playing like Skyrim or Doom or whatever, you guys can stay on topic. But after I'm finished with the game, we always have a post-stream little hangout where you guys are welcome to go off topic, to talk to each other, to talk to me, to ask me whatever you want, ask everybody else whatever you want. But yeah, most of the rules are just basic stuff, and I've been thinking of classifying them in certain groups, so I'll have rules where, yeah, the basic and implied stuff, really, yeah, just use common sense, you know, just be nice to each other, be nice to me, stay on topic, don't talk about other streamers unless they're here in chat, you know, that kind of thing. And so I'm thinking of categorizing them like, okay, these rules, if you break them, you'll just get like a warning or a reminder of, hey, you know. Then there are rules where I'll put you in timeout. And then there are rules where I will just ban you immediately. So, of course, stuff that gets people banned immediately is like homophobia, racism, you know, just being really rude. And like if you dox someone's personal information or if you even joke about it, I take that incredibly seriously. For anyone who doesn't know what doxing means, because, you know, people might come in that don't have English as their first language, it means like leaking people's personal information. So if you find out somebody in chat's like in real life name or their address or that really creepy stuff, don't talk about it. Don't even hint at it. Like, don't even say like, oh, I'm gonna find you so-and-so, especially your fellow chat members or me. Do not joke about that. You will get banned immediately. It's not funny. It's not cute. It's a real reality that a lot of streamers have to deal with. So, that aside though, just, you know, use common sense. And if you guys have watched other streamers, other VTubers, you know the drill. You know the deal. And here's the thing. If you're not sure, then ask me. I love when you guys ask me questions. I love when you guys are like, you guys care and you guys want to know things and you guys get curious. I love it so much. Feel free to ask me anything about myself, but as you know, my vessel is off limits. The human I use to interface with you guys. You are not allowed to know anything about her save her gender. So, heck, you can get arrested for doing that. So if some guy did that, and I'm good. Good. I'm glad it's taken so seriously. It should be. It really is scary. It's very scary. So that is one thing where I will instantly ban you. Any like kind of outright hatred for certain groups of people, just being really nasty to me or other chat members, or continuously breaking rules, you know. Most of the time I will just remind you guys if it's just like, because I've seen it happen in chat. You guys like get excited to see each other because you start, you know, getting to know each other, and you kind of get off topic, and I have to gently like remind you like, hey guys, you know, we'll have a little after stream, you know, free chat, but right now you guys got to stay on topic. And we haven't gotten to the point where people mentioning other streamers is a problem, but there are some VTubers where that gets to be a problem. Like, they keep mentioning other people they shouldn't be mentioning. So the hug, there is no hug limit, baby. There's no hug limit. You guys can have as many hugs as you want. There's no hug or kiss limit. You guys can have as many hugs and kisses as you wish. I always try to give them out freely, but sometimes I space out and forget, because that's who I am. But there's no brushies limit either, Last Victorian. You guys can have as many hair brushies and pets and whatever. Does this sound like petting, guys, when I do this to the mic? Because, see, the thing is, I'm still learning. And I don't really know what stuff sounds like to you guys until I listen back to the VOD. I'm sure, you guys are welcome to hug me as much as you want. That's what I'm here for. Yeah. Could be louder. How's this? I'm pressing down harder now. That's my nails now. That might be too much. But also, if you guys noticed, when I was reading the short stories, I was and this is where I'll give you guys like behind the scenes stuff too. The short stories I was reading from Skyrim were really short. And I was reading them off of the unofficial Elder Scrolls Wiki pages. But I had an actual physical book in my hands, and whenever I would get past a certain amount of paragraphs, I would make it sound like I was turning a page. So I forgot to bring water in here so I can make a pouring sound. So it's fine on my end. If I need things louder, I can turn up the volume. Yeah, exactly. I have also a bad habit of bumping my mic because, as you guys may or may not know, I talk with my hands, which is really hard to not do. I've been getting better at it, but yeah, I'm one of those people that talks with my hands, or those beings that talks with my hands. So like if you had an actual Skyrim book, I wish. I think there's an actual like big encyclopedia of all the Skyrim books, I think. But yeah, I was just using the wiki. And it took me a while to look up all the stories on it because I couldn't remember their names, but I remembered the stuff that happened in them. And we didn't even get to my like absolute favorite ones, like the Exodus and Paula. Paula is really good. It has a really good twist. It's the one where it's about a conjurer. What's the description they give? A conjurer's tragic infatuation with a dead woman. Yeah. That one was a little bit longer though, but I ended up reading kind of a short yet long Lovecraft to you guys, but yeah. Maybe someday I'll do ASMRs where, you know, I'm kind of like just talking to one person. Maybe they'll be pre-recorded. But right now, this is how I like to do my RP ASMRs. I like to interact with you guys since we're such a small little entourage. I'm surprised that you didn't make up your own stories to tell because you seem really good with lore summit. I could. But the reason I picked like some Skyrim stories is I think you're fairly new to the Entourage Crumbling Sanity, but we play a lot of Elder Scrolls Skyrim. And I was talking to everyone. I would say, hey, I want to, because I'd collect the books in game, and I'd be like, oh, don't worry, I'll read these to you guys eventually. I'm like, you know what? I want to finally read some of these books to the Entourage. And I had this idea for like kind of, this story where you guys have a nightmare and I come in and I wake you up and I'm like, hey, let me go read some stories to you. And because it's me, I read some spooky stories to you. So maybe some of you get spooked again. Maybe some of you are like, oh, this is cool. It suits this old stormy night. So that was on purpose. Like, I picked spooky stories on purpose. So some of you might have this moment where you're like, wait a minute. Not that often. I clearly remember now. You were here during, I think, our first Doom stream and one of our Resident Evil streams. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. Doom. Yes. Okay. Maybe you weren't here during a Resident Evil stream. Somebody... I know I've seen you twice before. Crumbling Sanity. Yeah. You were definitely here when we were playing. Maybe you were here for 2 different Dooms, actually. And if you guys don't know, I have 2 familiars who, taken the form of cats, and I have given them code names, just because. So I can't give you guys their full names. They're my familiars. Duh. But I have a boy familiar. His name is Sa, or Sasa. And then I have a chatty little girl familiar named Moo, or Moo. And you guys will often hear her stream. She came in to check and see how you guys were at the beginning of the stream because you guys had the nightmare, and she came in and she was like, hey, you okay? I remember seeing her for Resident Evil 1. I'm not sure either. What I do remember is I remember how many times I think I've seen you guys in stream, and I remember you guys by your pictures and your names. I think usually your pictures. But I'm pretty good at remembering names too. I kind of spaced out one time, unfortunately. I thought you were like brand new, Crumbling Sanity, but then I was like, no. After stream, I was like, oh no, he's been here before. Sorry, I don't know if you're a he. I'm so sorry. I'm just looking at your picture. It looks like a guy. So let me know if it's the wrong gender. So, but yeah, you might have been. And see, this is the great thing about us being like a smaller group, is I can kind of talk to you guys individually and give you guys kind of a more personal touch, which, maybe the Entourage will get to a point where we can't do that anymore. And the closest we can get to that is me doing like members only streams and stuff like that. But most people remember me by name more than anything. I changed my profile thing. Yeah, I noticed you've changed your picture a few times. I'm definitely remembering you guys by your names. Mm-hmm. Although we had a former member who they would change their name around. They were always these really long names. But okay, heck, I don't really care what you call me. Stuff like that isn't that much of a deal. Okay, there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I always want to make sure though, I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody, But good to hear. And here comes Moo. Here comes Moo girl. Here she comes. I think since we're gone to chatties, I'm gonna just go like this and hide all the tea and the skooma. And you guys. Hi, Moo. Only Fabrosi is here. Here she is. Come here, honey. This is my little angel. She's even more of an angel than me. Come here. This is my sweet baby. She is my little shadow. She follows me around. She sleeps next to me. And she always wants to be near me. Like, even if I sit down and if I don't move for a bit and there's like space between me and like the rest of the couch or the sofa, she'll squeeze into that little space between me and like whatever I'm sitting on. She does want to say, she wants to say many words. She has many words to say. She's very chatty. She's very chatty. She loves to talk. Hi, sweetheart. She always comes in to check on everybody when I'm streaming. Sometimes she wants some sink water. Sometimes she just wants to say, hey, what's up? Come here, baby. Come here, honey. today is Sunday, so tomorrow we have no stream. But Tuesday is going to be our first Minecraft stream. So I'm brand new to Minecraft, so please be nice to me, guys, please. Really nice to give you some love. Yeah, they're very sweet. It's just Moo Moo right now, but sometimes Sasa is in here. I have this big, comfy, like, armchair that has, like, this pink blanket over it. Need to hear the meows. Oh, Derek, you're still here. Hello. You and Crumbling Sanity kind of have similar profile pictures. Have you been here the whole time, Derek? Derek's a regular, but he's either busy with work or he's just, like, kind of more quiet. She's just chilling. She's just laying on my rug or my carpet. Usually Sasa is here. And he's like curled up in my big armchair. And sometimes I forget he's there. And like in the middle of stream, I'll hear this like grumble behind me because he makes these little grumbles in his sleep. And I'll get like kind of startled and I'll forget that he's there. Really nice. I shall be very, very nice. Thank you. They're very sweet. They're very sweet. Maybe. Lol, sorta. Yeah, like I always say, you guys are free to like dip in and out of stream. I'm not gonna get mad or offended. You know, I need the watch time because that's how YouTube works. But you guys got lives. You guys got stuff to do, man. You know, you got more people to watch. That's fine. But I always love it when you guys hang out with me, when you talk and chat, although you are not obligated to talk and chat. You're not obligated to comment, to like, to subscribe. That is all if you guys want to. And if you guys want to, please, please, please give me those likes. Please subscribe if you really like my content. Please give me comments if you have anything to say after stream. Seeing your guys' comments means the world to me. Seeing you guys in chat means the world to me. But you're always welcome to be like a silent watcher, you know. That's totally fine. Whatever you're comfy with. I've been here since I sent my first message, but not since the beginning. I traded my morning for extra sleep. That's fine, baby. That's fine. You guys get your sleep. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves, please. Grumbles. Shit, that sounds more like his stomach. No, he has like these little, he's like these little grumbles. And like Moo Moo, she snores. I don't know if you guys have ever heard a cat snore, but it's really cute. At least her snores are really cute. Like, she has these cute little snores that I cannot emulate. And she has... So, I have two PCs. I have one in my study, which is where I am right now. This is my streaming PC. And then I have a PC downstairs that is my personal PC. And there's, like, this little hut. It's like this little cat bed that kind of looks like a tent. And Moo Moo, she'll get in there and she'll curl up. And I'll forget she's there. And all of a sudden, I hear, like, this snoring. It's really cute. When I see you around, I would surely stop by when I can. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot, Crumbling Sanity. That means the world. I didn't either. I've had a lot of familiars that have taken the form of cats, and she's the first cat I have ever heard snore. Like the first cat ever that I have heard snore. And it's the cutest, one of the cutest sounds ever. I wish I could get it. Like, I still haven't been able to get it, a recording of it. Not that I could show you guys because of, you know, safety and that kind of thing. But, yeah, she's just crouching here by one of my monitors. Because, yeah, I have a 2-monitor setup. Yeah, I'm 2-monitor nobility. I have, like, funny words. I have funny ways of referring to, like, monitor setups. So, people with one, like... It's joking. I'm not being serious. It's all a joke. I don't care if you have one monitor. It's just my funny little thing where I'm like, you can be one monitor, not peasants, what is it? 1 monitor commoner, 2 monitor nobility, 3 monitor royalty, and then 4 monitor plus like gods. And then you have Linus Tech Tips. With his like crazy, what was it, 16 monitor setup or whatever. If you guys know Linus, he's awesome. Have you tried to get an actual recording? Honestly, I appreciate the comment. I have. So I usually have my phone near me, and she'll be sleeping, like, you know how on sofas there's like the part where you sit, and then there's the backrest part, and cats kind of sit up on that top part. Monitor peasants. I was like, that sounds a little mean. Maybe like commoners, I don't know. But it can be one monitor peasants if you want to be extra bitey, I guess. But so she'll be like on that upper back part, like right behind my head. Like that's what she likes to do. She likes to get like right by where my head is. And I'll hear her start snoring, and I'm like carefully go to grab my phone, and then she stops. Like she doesn't do it for very long, and I'm like, man, I can never catch it. Like I've caught her meowing plenty and making her funny noises, as some of my family members have said, my other angels that are here with me. They call them her alien noises, because not only does she meow, she makes really funny noises too. She's a really funny little cat, for sure. She is the friendliest, funniest little cat I have ever known, and she's very tiny. Because if you guys did or didn't already know, if a cat has kittens before they're fully grown, they stay tiny. Like, so if you've seen an especially tiny cat, either they have munchkin blood. Munchkin is a type of cat. They're those really stubby leg cats. Or, more likely, they had kittens before they finished growing. The place where we adopted, they joked that she was a teen mom. So she's very tiny. Hearing that would have been quite the treat. Yeah, it's a very cute sound. If you guys have ever seen that like viral video of like a hummingbird snoring, it kind of sounds like that, sort of, but less squeaky and more rumbly. I won't lie to you, I kind of like to hear you call someone a monitor peasant, at least watching your streams. You know, I'll joke around. Maybe once I get more comfy with everybody. I'm fairly comfy with you guys. But I haven't gotten to the point where I like can jokingly insult you guys. Like I don't mind having some like sarcastic banter back and forth. A teen mom joke and never thought I would see the day. Yeah, they made some like funny jokes about her. They're like, oh, she was a teen mom, and I was like, I guess that's true. Yeah, yep. My Moo was a teen mom, and to this day, I'm still sad I never got to see her kittens. I'm like, man, where are my grandchildren? You know. But apparently some of them were Siamese, because if you guys don't know, yes, I'm going to throw all these cat facts at you now. The way cats work is whichever cats they mate with, they'll have those babies. So like, let's say a cat mates with a Siamese and a calico. Some of their babies will be Siamese, some of their babies will be calico, and then whatever breed of cat they are. So if they're like a black and white cat, they'll have like black and white babies. And that's how cat babies work. It's pretty neat. This is funny. I actually took that as inspiration for my fantasy story that I'm working on. One of the main races has that too. Like they can have multiple fathers. And so they can have like multiple fathers and stuff like that. And they're not cats. They're like this highly magical, like divine pleasure race. But like, I thought that was like a really cute inspiration. And but yeah, I'm a writer, guys. I'm not a published writer. I don't know if I'll ever be, but I'm a writer. I'm an editor. I'm an artist of some sort. But and I hope to at least have my story in hard copy and be able to share it with you guys. Maybe tell you guys more about it. But, you know, that's a long way off because, like I said, I'm still getting used to you guys. I'm still getting used to this new career of mine. Cat girls from a different place. No, they're not cats. Although I do have a cat race. Well, I do have a race that has cat-looking people in it. But, yeah. No, all I took was the inspiration that they can have, like, multiple fathers, multiple mothers, which that might sound confusing, but their quote-unquote childbirth works differently than humans. The closest thing I've found to how their childbirth works is, if you guys are familiar with Warhammer 40K? And the whole, like, the gene seed stuff with, like, the emperor and his sons and, like, that stuff, where how, like, his sons weren't, like, really born from, like, a woman. They were just kind of made with his, like, gene seed thing. It's, like, this really cool, like, sci-fi stuff. I really like fantasy and sci-fi, by the way, guys. And it's my favorite genre of anything. Doesn't sound confusing. Sounds like it really... Like, they are a divine pleasure race. So it's interesting. Like, with their race, I've kind of separated childbirth and, like, erotic stuff to be two separate things. There are other races that still do have, like, a cycle, just like humans do, where they get pregnant, they have the baby, and so on and so forth. And they have to be careful with contraception and that kind of thing. But the main race is not like that. They can just freely partake in various erotic activities and not get pregnant. You actually have to go through a certain thing to produce children and that sort of thing. Certain, like, magical ritual, and it's, you know, kind of got that thing going on. So it's, like, completely separate for their race. I'm glad it makes sense. But I could go on and on and on and on about my story for ages, you know? And I'm fine with sharing various details because, you know, I'm not gonna get really in depth. And even if I do, it's just their ideas, you know? And it's how you use the idea that matters, you know? I think too many writers, and this is gonna be me getting up on my little soapbox, so to speak. I think too many writers worry about their ideas being stolen. Like, I get it, but it's usually something newer writers worry about, because once you get further and further into the industry and you do more research and you talk to more people, you realize it's not really something to worry about, and it's the way you use the idea that matters. Not telling stuff like this sounds interesting to me in a good time. Yeah, and I'm feeling really talkative today, and so I like talking to you guys and having you guys listen. And yeah, this is just our time to hang out, because I've accepted this is the way I do my ASMRs. We have our little RP time where we role play a scenario that's going on, and I interact with you guys in character like that. And then afterwards, we just kind of have, I probably should put up some, like, text here. The way text works on OBS is really strange, though. So I think the better thing to do would be, like, to open up Psy and go, like, a new canvas and then, like, type something up and then save it as, like, a PNG or something, you know? But I'll figure that out another time. But yeah, usually after I finish, like, streams and stuff, I just go, maybe I'll talk to you guys for a little bit and then I'll go. With our first ASMR, because this is our second ASMR, I kind of just talked for a little bit and then I just kind of left. But today, you know, there's people in chat talking to me and I kind of have more energy today. I actually went through a really bad bout of insomnia. Yeah, an angel getting insomnia, imagine that. But yeah, apparently in the dimensional crossing, my biology got a little messed up and I kind of inherit some of my vessel's stuff too. She has insomnia. So yeah, I'm more susceptible to some of the conditions my vessels have. And I just went through a horrible bout of insomnia. I finally, you know, it doesn't happen very often. You know, I first started my streaming career journey, whatever you want to call it, back in December 7th of last year. So I've been streaming since then. And by the way, happy, today is an anniversary of ours. Let me count the months. December to January, January, February, March, April to May. Happy 5 months, Entourage. Hooray! It's been 5 months we've been together. Yay! Don't get me started that. I get you completely. Oh, do you mean insomnia? And sorry, guys. I talk like a mile a minute. So if you guys need me to slow down, feel free to let me know. Because I don't know how many of you have English as your native language. So if you guys ever want me to slow down, let me know. But I'm good at chatting, so as you guys can see. So what was I saying? So 5 months together, yay! Woo! I probably should make a post on Twitter or something. Sometimes I forget though, because you know this is me we're talking about. But yeah, I dealt with a really nasty bout of insomnia there, to the point I had to switch streams to 4 p.m. instead of my usual 1 p.m. That was weird and probably messed with the algorithm badly. So, oh well. So, but it's all better now. Oh, YouTube chat still comes super fast. Yeah, they're unfortunately a little bit delayed. So if I get confused, just bear with me, guys, and I might need to ask you to like repeat yourselves or give me more context or whatever, you know. I'm pretty good at remembering though what we're talking about, so let me get bigger for you guys. Whee! Here we go. Fabrosi, you're on my head. Oh. So the little cacodemon on my head, well, that's cacodemon for anyone who doesn't know Doom. That's Fabrosi. He's our little buddy. We adopted him. We saved him from hell. We saved him from the depths of hell. We adopted him. We hatched him. Do cacodemons hatch? I don't know. Maybe Fabrosi did. He's our little buddy. Don't mind if he nips your fingers. He has the best intentions. He has a telepathic link with me, so if he's naughty, I can just tell him off. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I try. I've already like been planning out like alternate outfits and stuff. And once Halloween comes around, you guys are gonna get to meet somebody. One of my alter egos. Perhaps Kalukeri, perhaps Shwa. We'll see. Because Halloween is my favorite holiday. You guys might be like, oh, but you're a winter angel and you're an angel, so why isn't it Christmas? Well, first of all, I'm not an earth angel, so I'm not tied to any religions. I've interacted with angels from Earth, and they're simultaneously terrifying and wonderful. But yeah, I'm not from Earth, so I come from a completely different culture from my home realm. And yeah, when I observed all your guys' holidays, I really fell in love with Halloween. I love Halloween so much. So the month of October becomes Halloween month. Halloween is not just one day for me. I know I'm one of those people, Halloween's the whole month. Actually, honestly, for me, it's Halloween all year round because I'm always watching spooky stuff. I'm always reading spooky stuff. I'm always playing spooky games or watching other people play spooky games. I am just full of spooky. So that sounds fun. I was going to say something about the little Doom monsters in the back. So the little guy, yeah, Fabrici's a cacodemon, but these like little frogs, let me get them for you guys. Come here, little ones. Where are they? Here we go. Oops, not what I wanted. So these little froggies, oh, not me. Here we go. These little froggies, I'm gonna put them on my shoulders here. These are ribbits. They're from a game called Ion. It's an MMO that I still have a soft spot for. And I absolutely love these little guys. They are so cute. I like these little frogs. Let me show you guys a closer. Oh, they're actually really big in the game. They're not this small. They're like the size of a small dog, honestly. Sounds like fun. I like when VTubers do that too, when they switch between cool outfits. Yeah, I love that too. One of my big VTuber inspiration is Iron Mouse, if you guys know her. She is such an inspiration for me, just how she, you know, became a VTuber despite her illness, and her singing ability is where I want to get back to someday. I love her very much. I adore Mousy, and one thing that resonated with me is how she said, you know, she can't go out and like dress up and hang out with people because of her chronic illness. And she said I guess people were complaining about how often she would change her VTuber model. And she's like, this is my way. This is how I dress up. This is my equivalent of dressing up. And I was like, okay, yes, I love that. And since I love playing pretty princess dress up with my characters, with myself, and I love that kind of thing too. I'm a shapeshifter, so I can change forms anyway. And so yeah, you guys are going to be getting that a lot too. And maybe it might be confusing for some people, but I'm good at explaining things. So if people come in and are like, wait, why do you look different? I'm like, I'm in my demon form today. Which, by the way, guys, in Earth lore, fallen angels and demons are the same thing. I don't know if you guys knew that. I heard about Ion before, but I heard the game wasn't really good. Yeah. Ion, unfortunately, let me spell it out for you guys. Ion was really hyped up because it had, like, you could fly, like, you had angel wings and stuff, and there was, like, the white wing angels versus the black wing angels, and, you know, it was like, oh, you can fly, but it turned out the main thing they hyped the game up for, and it was an MMO, so it was, you know, an online thing. The main thing they hyped the game up for was so limited. You could only fly in certain places and only for a certain amount of time. And the place where you could fly constantly was the Abyss, which was a open PvP zone, which for little Care Bears like me is a nightmare. So, won't be for me. I would certainly love it. And thank you for the spelling correction. No problem. I usually don't like to correct people's spelling unless either they ask for it, or if it's like a clarification, because I'm pretty sure there are games named Aeon, like the way you spelled it. So I'm like, whoa, I need to make sure you know what game I'm talking about. You're gonna have to remind me. It won't be for me. I would certainly love it. What you were talking about there. But yeah, you think you remember Iron Mouse? Yes, she's pretty. She's with V Shoujo, I think. I always thought she started out as an indie. I think she's with V Shoujo, though. I could be wrong. V Shoujo's unfortunately going through some hard times, but... So anyone who's new to VTubers, sometimes there are indies like me, and sometimes they're part of companies. And the two big companies right now are HoloLive and Niji Sanji. And I do have an Oshi. I don't usually talk about them on stream much because I'm... You know, this stream is about me, not about the ones that inspire me. But I will talk about them from time to time. I have people from the indies that have inspired me. I have people from Niji Sanji. I have people from HoloLive. And I have VTubers I watch frequently. So she is. Iron Mouse is very big. She's a big VTuber. Iron Mouse, she's in the same company as Nyanners, if you guys know Natasha Nyanners. She's also a big inspiration for me. There's also Fruit, or is it like Apricot the Lich? But she usually goes by Fruit. And then there were two former members who left recently over some drama that I'm not going to talk about because it's against our rules, and I'm not about drama. So, yeah, that's one of our rules. Like, don't bring up drama. Don't bring up anything controversial like religion, politics. You guys are going to get timed out if you do that. I won't outright ban you, but... if it's like, and if it's innocent enough, I'll maybe like remind you guys. But if you keep bringing up like really controversial stuff, I'm gonna time you out, put you in timeout. You're gonna get the timeout chair. I'm pretty new to the VTuber scene, but I've been watching a good amount. It's pretty alright for the most part. Yeah, like technically I'm newer-ish. Like I've had family members that have watched VTubers for longer than me, and I didn't really get into it at first. But once I did, I was like, oh, this is pretty great. And then the one that inspired me to become one myself, like that was amazing, because before I found them, I never really considered it. I was like, you know, whatever, you know, I'll just be content to watch. But I can't really put it in words, and I don't think I'm ready to talk about it too much yet. But there was something about them that just pushed me to it, and I've been doing it now for 5 months, and it's one of the most fulfilling and suiting things I think I've ever done with my life, honestly. It really suits me, because so many of my friends and family would be like, you have such a nice voice. I love listening to you talk. You're so eloquent. You're so good at speaking. Your voice is so soothing, you know. You're so well spoken, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, yeah, okay. But now that I've gotten into it and I've met people who are like complete strangers that say like, oh, your voice is so nice, I could listen to it all day, you're so wholesome. I'm like, okay, I think I picked the right thing to do, you know, with the next few hundred years of my life or whatever. Same here. I didn't get into it. I kept hearing how popular it was, and I decided to give it a try, and here we are. I'm glad you're here, Crumbly saying you're lovely. You're a lovely audience member. And I'll always be open with you guys. If I enjoy your guys' company, I'm going to let you know. You guys are all so well behaved and so lovely to talk to, and it's lovely to have you here. Glad you did get into it, though. You're doing really good so far. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying my best, and it's hard sometimes, but I feel like there's so much more I could be doing. I'm frozen in time here, as you can see. I'm what you would call a PNG tuber. I can't move around yet, but someday, you know, it's very expensive to find a magician to move me, to get me out of this time prison. I'm frozen in time. But you guys can hear my voice at least, so that's what matters. I don't know if you're trying to butter me up. I think it's working. No. I'm just being sincere. That's something I'll always be upfront with you guys about is I used to worry about complimenting people. I'm like, oh, they're going to get the wrong idea. They're going to think I'm flirting with them or whatever. It's just who I am. Like, if I have something nice to say about you, I'm going to say it. And if you take it the wrong way, that's not my problem, right? I don't mean to be blunt, but it's like, I just want you to know the nice things I think about you. And I mean like everybody, I mean you in like a general sense. Like, if I see people in chat being really well behaved, being really good chatters, being, you know, really engaging to talk to, asking really good questions, being really curious, I'm going to call it out. Like, I'm going to let you guys know that you're being really good and that you're being a really nice, you know, Entourage member to talk to. And like, if you're quiet, that's fine too. Like, I'm not trying to diminish that at all. Like, whether you're a quiet watcher or you're a chatty watcher, I value you. But I feel like people who go out of their way to talk and to be engaging and, you know, I want to call you guys out. Not call you out, but you know what I mean. I want to bring light to it, and I try to remember all you guys' names, and I try to remember stuff about you guys, and when new people come in, I'm like, oh, here's our regular so-and-so, and maybe there will come a day where I can't do that anymore, and there'll be too many of you, and that will be a sad day indeed, but that's might just be how it is someday. But maybe we'll always be a small little group. Who knows? I didn't know if you're trying to... Oh, I already read that. I was literally going to ask you if you had a 3D model and say, I wish. Because I'm a very expressive, emotive individual. And that's apparently very good for a VTuber because your movement on screen is tied to how much you move as a person. So you could have the most beautiful appearance on screen, but if you're not a very lively individual with your physical body, it's going to be really boring to look at. Like, there are so many VTubers where they're very fluid. Like, if any of you know Shy Lily, she is a great inspiration to me as well because she's such a good inspiration for like movement. Like, her model is very fluid. She moves around a lot. And people are like, oh, you know, whoever made your model and your rigging, they're amazing. She's like, well, yeah, but a lot of it is just me, you know, because the way you guys want to think about VTubing is you're like a puppeteer moving a puppet around, kind of. Because it's synced to your movements. You literally have a camera on you, and it's capturing your movements on the screen. And, you know, since a lot of us are mythical beings, that's the best way to capture us without burning your guys' eyes out, you know? So I get what you mean. I respect it, honestly. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know, but maybe not. Because, yeah, like I said, I talk a mile a minute, and YouTube chat is delayed, unfortunately. I've seen some very fluid movie, and there's this one girl with a model where she could change outfits very quickly, and it looked amazing, very bouncy as well. So you can tie your outfits to certain keybinds and certain toggles, so you just hit a button, and it switches your outfit. I'm still learning, honestly. There's so much I still have to learn. And it's an interesting balance because you've got to juggle your streams, which people don't realize how exhausting streaming can be, whether you're a VTuber or you're a flesh tuber, as they're called, like Markiplier, etc. PewDiePie, whomever. I'm just throwing some big names out there. Whether you're a flesh tuber or a VTuber, streaming is a lot more than just sitting down and playing a game or doing a watch long or whatever. You're entertaining your chat. You're thinking about a million things at once about what you can say on stream, what you can't, especially if you're a live streamer. We're just live and we can't edit this, you know? So what's out there is out there. And it's not for the faint of heart. I was afraid it wasn't going to be for me because I have a quick temper. I have a foul mouth. Despite being an angel, I'm more on the human side of angels. I have a nasty temper. I'm not a super mean individual. I'm just got a big temper, you know. But I found out when I started streaming, I go into this weird Zen state, as I call it, where I just become calm. And like, the way it got really tested is I play a lot of Skyrim on stream. And as you guys may or may not know, I heavily mod Skyrim. I jam all these mods in it. I know how to mod safely, but you know, stuff still goes wrong because it's Skyrim, you know. And it just kept crashing and crashing and crashing. I didn't get mad. I was like, why am I not getting mad? This is actually kind of scary. She changed from a shark outfit, schoolgirl, lollipop, chainsaw, demon, some mech, and blasters on it. I wonder who you're talking about. That all sounds really familiar. It does have to suck too that you have to be super PG all the time. Well, I don't have to be, but here's the thing that you guys may or may not know. YouTube is kind of weird nowadays. You can get away with a lot more, and they kind of relax like the rules around like profanity and swearing and that kind of thing. But you know, you still gotta be careful, like, because I think if you still swear too much, you can get bonked by YouTube. I don't have to worry about too much because I'm not monetized yet. I can't get monetized for a little while longer. I have to have a certain amount of watch time and a certain amount of subscribers. I can't remember how many subscribers it is, but you either have to hit watch time or the subscribers. I don't think you have to have both. So, and then you can like get monetized. And I need to work on getting like a PayPal business account. So if you guys want to throw like offerings, donations my way, you can, but you guys don't have to, you know. But a lot of it's been brought up before. People are like, hey, how do I give you money? And I'm like, you know, because I have to be really careful what I use. I did a lot of research into it, and some of it can kind of leak like details about not only me, but you guys. Like, I want to look out for you guys too. Like, you know, you guys might feel like you can trust me, but at the end of the day, we're strangers, right? No matter how much we talk on stream, no matter how much you guys think we know each other, we don't. You know, that's just the sad reality of how this parasocial relationship is. And I don't want stuff from you guys to get leaked to me either, which I'm a good individual. I would never use it for ill, but I don't want you guys to have to feel like you have to trust me. Does that make sense? Like, you know, if you guys don't want your personal details getting out even to me, you know, that who seems trustworthy, like, I don't want that to happen. So I know there's some really sensual content you can find, so if you want it, some of the people are explaining the education. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, massage therapy and stuff. I mean, there are people who get away with really erotic RP ASMR. It's something I don't know if I'm going to do myself. If I ever did, it would be as one of my other personas. It wouldn't be as me. I know my male counterpart, Hamliness, he's very flirty. So that'd be his kind of thing. And Calocari would definitely be that, because she's like, let me, you know, be your goth girlfriend or whatever. That's kind of her thing. So it's not like PayPal. I heard that you have to use your actual, unless you get a business account, because with a business account, you can have your quote-unquote business name. So it's something VTubers use, and they can use their VTuber name as their business name. So yeah. I enjoyed the bit of... Hey, Derek, hi! I'm glad you're still here, baby. I enjoyed the bit of stream I did watch today. Very chill and nice and calm. My knees got all for now. Have fun and relaxation. Yeah, thank you, baby. Thank you for poking in. It was lovely to see you. Yeah, if you guys need to go, feel free to go. I'm just sitting here like running my mouth because I have the energy to do it. I can't believe it's almost 4 hours. And hopefully for VOD watchers, this isn't too awkward. If I get enough feedback from people that this is kind of weird, I will try to switch over to like doing it just maybe not have a chatting session at the end. But yeah, maybe me randomly rambling to people is calming. I don't know. I'm not as quiet right now though, because I can't keep up the quiet voice for too long, you know. But yeah. And I wish this was sort of like the old YouTube back in the day where they allowed you up to bullshit without any problems. There's people really push the boundaries. One of the VTubers I watch a lot, he's a very good example of how far you can push and get away with. Because the thing YouTube is looking for is they're looking for visuals. So if you don't show any actual nudity and you kind of hint at sensual stuff, like you can get away with a lot. There is a VTuber, he does, it's not just him. There's a male VTuber by the name of Vox Akuma. He gets away with a lot of that. And it's because he doesn't actually show anything. He just kind of hints at stuff. He makes sounds, you know. And there are female VTubers like that. I think Noelle does sensual ASMR too. I'm not sure. And then there are like individuals like Hosho Marin of Hololive. She's also from Hololive, like Noelle. She gets away with being very lewd. Like some VTubers aren't very wholesome. They're very lewd, but she's super popular, which it shows that you can be a lewd tuber and you can be successful, which makes me very happy. Because that's an area of professions I both respect and admire are like sex workers and stuff. So, me personally, I love the ramblings. It's the best part about a stream. I'm glad when you guys like me rambling because it's what I'm good at. I'm really good at, you know, keeping up conversations and rambling and talking about stuff. So yeah, I love when you guys ask me questions. I love when you guys talk to me. But you don't have to, you know? Like I always say, you guys don't have to, you know? I don't know if it's on YouTube or Twitch. Might be both. Are allowed as long as you... That's both, I think. The sad thing about that is a lot of women get in more trouble than men. Like, men can get away with being totally shirtless because of the whole double standards with male versus female nipples, which I could go on forever about. It's something I'm really passionate about and gets kind of, you know, in the realm of controversial stuff, but yeah, it makes me really mad because a nipple's a nipple, right? That's just how I see it. So females should be able to be topless too, you know. But hey, whatever. We have to go along with their rules, play by their rules. And I've had some other female VTubers who are busty like me, like they get in trouble with YouTube just for being busty, and it's like, what? Huh? Man, leave us alone. We're just trying to live. And like, clickbait is kind of a thing you have to do. Like, I don't know if you guys remember the days when clickbait was really frowned upon and people would actually attack you in the comments for it, but nowadays you kind of have to do it. You know, it's kind of the thing nowadays. And people will just like see what kind of clickbaity titles it can do and thumbnails. And you have to be careful with the thumbnails though, because YouTube gets mad sometimes. Like, there's too much breast sticking out here. Like, okay, Mr. YouTube. But whatever. I don't know about that because I know the females get away with a ton more, especially on Twitch. Girls have... All right. There is that though. I was part 2 ended up getting... Okay, that's totally unfair. Yeah. Huh. I have heard about that. Thank you for bringing that up. There is a double standard on the other side of it though. It's funny how there are like these weird double standards. It's like on the one hand, women get, you know, more shit. On the other hand, men get more shit, you know, and it's just not fair at all for anybody. So it's like, yeah, they both should have been like banned permanently or whatever. Or both should have just gotten a week ban. However you want to see it. for me, I was just been like, okay, it's against the rules. You guys just get banned for a week, and then you can come back after you've learned your lesson, okay? Okay. Because I realize people use Twitch as their livelihood, but some people might argue back, like, well, if it was your livelihood, if it was so important, you would have been more careful. So it's like, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know, man. That is very unfair, though. Yep, I agree. Yeah, exactly. It's driving all of us crazy. Creators and, you know, watchers alike. We're like, can we just have some consistency? Whether you want to just ban this, ban that, just let it be consistent. Exactly. Like, then there are those cases where, like, say Markiplier, who's like one of the YouTube darlings. Like, I adore Markiplier too. I'm a frequent watcher of Mr. Mark. Like, he'll do something and he will get away with it, but like some other creator will get a strike, and then Mark, being the excellent individual he is, he's like, no, give me the strike too. Like, I don't know if you guys heard about all that drama, but and I usually don't talk about drama, but this is more of a thing of like YouTube policies, and I think it's important to talk about, right? I mean, if they want sensual content on the platform or not, just let us know and enforce the rules properly, because I've been seeing some VHR and stuff getting banned a lot on Twitch lately. Yeah, what I think a lot of these websites should do, and Twitch was going in the right direction with it when they added like the hot tub streams. So you know, like, hey, if you want some kind of erotic sensual content, here's the hot tub stream. If you want some gaming content without that, here's the gaming. It's like Moist Critical and Markiplier and someone else, and then there was the one with Corey X Kenshin. Like, all that stuff is just a nightmare. And oh, it was the Axeman had something happen too, where he like almost lost his channel and he was like in tears, and like, yeah, like, that's when you see the good thing, quote unquote, about bad stuff happening is you get to see who sticks up for who. And like Markiplier, Moist Critical, they're big creators, but they stick up for the little guy. They really do. Like, I watch those guys all the time. I kind of joke that Moist Critical / Penguin Z0 / Charlie is my non-VTuber Oshi, you know. But he's a good dude. And so is Mark. And so is Sean or Jacksepticeye. They stick up for, you know, the little guys, which is great. And anytime YouTube messes up like that, they're the first people to be like, excuse me, YouTube. No. You know, the hot tub meta. Yeah. It's really good too. And platforms too. What a shit. You have the community stuff. Yeah. It's really beautiful. It's so inspiring. And like, I'm a small creator right now, but if I ever get, and I don't know if this is ever going to happen, you know, but if I ever get to like Markiplier and Charlie levels, you know, I want to be that kind of person too. I want to be able to help the little guy, you know, so to speak. Isn't doing what it should. Yeah. Isn't doing what it should. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah. They're so inspiring. Be interesting to see. It would be interesting to see that too. I wonder how I'd handle it. I've seen some VTubers who've gotten popular fast, and it's hard. Like, it's so hard on them. Like, Niji Sanji is one of the two big companies, and they debuted their first all-male wave, like, in December 2021. And the first of they were super popular. They still are. Vox Akuma, he hit 1 million, like, before the year ended. And he had to deal with all this fame and all these subscribers all at once. So watching his growth and how he handles that, despite being someone, and he's been really open about this, someone with, you know, pretty severe mental illness. He's in therapy, he's medicated, you know. It's been really inspiring, like, just how he handled all that. And thankfully, like, I'm going, you know, the gradual growth and not like the sudden. I can't imagine having to like handle and manage that many people in your community, and it gets really tough. And you know, and if you're in their community, you do your best to just be nice and treat everyone kindly and help out the VTuber by just making their community a nice space to be in. So it is insane. Yeah, they debuted in December 2021, and then he hit 1 million. Oh goodness, I can't remember. but it wasn't even in like December or anything, I don't think. It was before the year ended. It was crazy. And I think one of the other members, Luca, he just hit 1 million like yesterday or something. I think Mr. Rios, I think he also hit 1 million like a few months after Vox, but it's just crazy to see how fast those boys have grown, and I'm really happy for them because I've watched them all and they're all really swell dudes. Like, they're all super nice, super funny, good people. You know, they fuck up every now and then, as people do. Like, they're live streaming, they're people, come on. But they handle it, and they're learning, you know, and you know, we don't know how old they are, and you don't talk about that kind of thing. But, you know, they're people at the end of the day, and that's hard to handle. I can see you handling it. It might be quite the big chance, because, like, it's easier for you to talk to your audience, but you get so much. Right, that's the downside. And I've heard big VTubers talk about it, that they can't have that more personal kind of one-on-one feel that smaller indies can, like me. And then there are indies who used to be small, like Shoto, for example. He's a huge inspiration for me too. He's still indie, and I'm always going to be indie. I do not want to join a company. That seems like not a nightmare, but I like my freedom. I like being able to do what I want, and I don't like being told what to do. That's something you guys will learn about me super fast, is I do not like being told what to do. The only person who can tell me what to do is me, and even I don't do that sometimes, so that's my little joke. But like, I do not want to be part of a company. I want to do my own thing. I want to be free, and free to do whatever I want and not have to follow these rigid guidelines. And I do still try to find stuff that's like free to use, whether it's music, whether it's, you know, assets, that kind of thing. But I can get away with a lot more than a company VTuber could. And Shoto is a huge inspiration. He started out as a PNG tuber, just like me, and now he's this huge VTuber that is immensely popular. And he's collabing with like Niji Sanji people and Hololive people. I think he's collabed with Hololive people, other indies, but don't quote me on that. But yeah, because of the territory, it's kind of something people eventually have, streamers plan on giving you. I think the best thing you can do when you get that big to have a more personal little interaction is you can just do members only streams, where you have to like get a membership to the channel, and then you can, then it's kind of like that kind of thing, you know. That's what I like to hear. But yeah, like, and I try to get inspiration from company VTubers, indie VTubers. I might not get to watch them as much as I like, but I at least pick a few to really focus in on and just get inspiration from and just learn, you know. Because if you just pick one, you don't get the full like experience. And I would recommend people who want to be VTubers, like, find a company VTuber, maybe one from each big company, Hololive and Niji Sanji, because they both have English branches now, right? They started out as Japanese only. By the way, guys, I speak Japanese, not fluently, but pretty decently. I'm pretty good at Japanese. I'm pretty decent. I'm rusty, but we're going to be doing some language streams. I also know some Latin, some Spanish, some Greek. I love learning languages, so, and I definitely want to do language streams with you guys, so. That's it too, because when you get into the bigger streams, those streams mainly only pay attention to the members in chat, so if you're new, they won't. It's hard. It really is, and I watch like big streamers like Vox, and I see he does notice non-members, and he does notice non-super chats, so if you guys may or may not know, when you get monetization, your watchers, your viewers can give you these things called super chats. And they're like these big colorful things that pop up like at the top of your chat, and they come in different colors depending on the monetary amount that's donated. Like the red ones are like between $100 and like $300 or $500, and then the smallest ones are like dark blue, and they're like a few cents. They're like 50 cents or something, or $1. I can't remember. Yeah, so I can, I read it better than I speak it, but I can read hiragana, katakana, and a handful of kanji. And my grammar isn't great. I have another angel who, she also knows Japanese. Her Japanese is way better than me. We studied it together, And yeah, formally at a formal institution. So I learned formal Japanese. I learned all sorts of kinds of Japanese. So yeah, that was one of the things I did when I disguised myself as a human, is I studied Japanese. I really fell in love with the language. It's very beautiful. And yeah. But I also speak, I studied Spanish for a few years. I studied French for a year. I studied Latin for a year. I've been studying Greek on my own, Greek and Turkish a little bit on my own. And I've also tried to learn a little bit of Slovak. So I do really like to learn languages. I think the languages I want to focus on and learn along with you guys is Japanese and Latin. Latin, because it really, you know, fits me as an angel. And I really love it as a language. It's a dead language, but hey, I have a soft spot for it. But it's immortal despite being dead. So I have a soft spot for that. And Japanese is just absolutely beautiful. So it's really something. It is what it is. You know, everybody's good at something, and languages are my thing, I guess. So ちょっと日本語をちょっとだけ話します。Latin is very difficult, to be fair. Anyone who wants to learn Latin, you are in for a ride. All the declensions, all the conjugations, they're called declensions, like the ablative and the nominative and the, like, one thing I thought was really cool about Latin is if you're calling out to someone, their name spelling changes. Like, you guys know the famous "e tu" and "you Brutus," you know, that famous Latin phrase. When you call out to someone, their name gets changed, and in Latin it's like "e tu Brute," because that's the declension. Their name gets conjugated. Yeah, it's really cool. But I studied it for like a year, and I'm so sad I didn't keep up with it because it's a beautiful language. And it got to the point where I could read and understand like liturgical Latin, like the Latin they use in like Catholic churches and stuff. Like I could sit there and I could read the entire like little, I forget what they're called, psalms? No, not psalms, like the hymns. I could read it and I knew what it meant. And like literally one of my, all Romance languages are derived from Latin, yes. So like English, German, Spanish, French, that entire language like family is derived from Latin, and they're called the Romance languages. Then there are they're like the Indo-European languages, and then there are like all the Asiatic languages. Those are from a completely different language family, like Chinese, Japanese, Korean. The Indo-European is like all the, oops, sorry guys, I bumped the thingy on my microphone. And then like all the European, although I can't remember which European languages are from Latin. I think Russian is from its own thing. I could be wrong though, but yeah. But one of my big points of pride was, do you guys know the games with Ezio, the Assassin's Creed? There is this scene where like the Pope it's either the Pope or Ezio are speaking in full Latin, and I sat there and just live translated it for the person that I was watching play the game, and I was so proud. Like, I don't think I could do that anymore, but I just sat there and I live was like, "E nomi Patri," you know, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, and the Holy Spiritus Sancti, you know. I remember some of it, and it's like, it was really cool to be able to do that. And I have a lot of language videos I've saved like on my personal YouTube. I know I was so happy. Yeah, I had the little glowy beamy face. I was smiling, so like I'm smiling right now remembering it. Like my cheeks are not really hurting, but they're like stretching because I'm smiling. And if I was rigged and not in this time prison, you guys could see it on my face for sure. That's the cool thing about being a VTuber, is you guys can like see our expressions through our models. Thank you. I've been told I have a very pretty smile. Hopefully you guys will get to see it on stream someday when I get my rigging. But rigging can be between $100 and $1,000, several $1,000s, because it's very complex. I might be able to get some cheap like $100 rigging so you guys can see me move around a little bit. But we'll see, you know. Because my finances are in a weird place right now. So, but yeah. So I'd love to be able to move around though, because I love movement. You know, I'm a very visual creature. Fine if you already want to move with your like, yeah, a lot of people have been really kind to me. Like, the most I've gotten from people is I had someone pop into one of my Skyrim streams and they're like, you know, why can't you move? And I'm like, oh, you know, and I explained it. They're like, oh, I thought at least your eyes or your mouth would move. And they were just curious. Like, as I was speaking to them in chat, like, I realized they were just curious. And they were like, oh, you know, they were just wondering. And with their tone, I imagine a lot of people would have taken it that they were kind of criticizing them. But something I always try to remember, especially since I have a lot of non-native English speaking friends, like most of my like close friends do not have English as their native language. So I've gotten used to how non-native speakers speak. And something a lot of people don't realize is the one thing that I noticed they have a lot of problem with, even if they're super fluent in English, is tone. Like, non-native speakers can have this tone that kind of come across as kind of blunt and kind of not super, because they don't know how to, like, their tone, right? And, like, because that's a thing you really learn over time, is how your tone of voice and hitting those tones and stuff. Because English has it too, in a way. Not quite like Chinese, but, you know. And I've seen people jump on, like, Europeans or non-native speakers, like, try to get into fights with them. Like, hey, that's just the way they talk. They're not being mean. They're not being rude. They just are kind of, you know, they have this tone to their voice that kind of might come off that way to, like, a native English speaker. But, you know, it's just how they talk, whether in text or in voice, you know. And I'm just really accustomed to it, so. Yeah. I don't know if blunt's the right word. It's more of, I think you guys get what I'm saying, though. You know, it's like, they sound a little more terse, you know, they sound a little more, I don't want to say unfriendly, but it can come off that way to some English speakers. It takes a good amount of research for the model to move. Some people have to put the 3D model away and use the same. Yeah. That's why when you notice when VTubers do collabs, only some of them will be moving sometimes. The other ones will just kind of be a PNG that kind of lights up when they talk, or just minimally moves, or maybe not at all, because it takes a lot of resources. Yep. No, it takes a lot of stream resources. It takes a lot of just making, it's called rigging, and just doing the rigging is incredibly time consuming, because you have to go, it's like all these different layers and stuff, and you got to make a move in certain ways, and it's just, I've looked into it and I was like, okay, I'm going to pay for this. I don't know if I can learn this, because I don't mind learning complex things. I learned to mod Skyrim after all, and that was very complex because the modding program I use is very complex, because I like customization, and I'm hitting this book that's in my lap. I just have the Lovecraft book in my lap. It's this very fancy hardcover, soft. It's got like that soft cover, and it's got like a ribbon bookmark. If you guys want to get the same one I got, maybe I shouldn't. Because yeah, I have to be careful. Because something you have to be careful with as a VTuber is accidentally doxing yourself by like talking about local stuff. And this is probably not a locally printed book. I got it on Amazon. So, you know. But you still have to be careful, right? Like, I'm sure some people have accidentally outed themselves when they've been like talked about like a local restaurant chain or whatever. But you can say things like, oh, I'm going to go to McDonald's, because there's McDonald's everywhere, right? And like location is something we have to keep very secret for very good reasons. You know, and the most you'll get from most VTubers is, you know, we have to give you guys a time zone to come watch us. So that's the most you'll get. But other than that, yeah, we have to be very careful. So, and it's especially hard if you're a liver, is what we're called. Most of us are live streamers. It's what we do. And when you're live, you have to think. You're constantly thinking, okay, is what I'm about to say safe? Is what I'm about to say kind? Is what I'm about to say following YouTube's rules and my rules? And, you know, it's a lot to think about. So not only are we playing a game, we're entertaining you, we're interacting with chat, and we're also constantly thinking about our own safety and your guys' safety too. Like, we have to watch out for you guys too. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I probably should get going too. I probably should go get some dinner. Getting toward dinner time. I've been running my mouth a lot, but it's been nice to hang out. Oh yeah. Just checking stuff on my phone, as I always have my phone nearby, just in case. Enjoyed it though. I might have to see more of you for sure. Sure, of course, honey, of course. I love seeing you guys. But yeah, I'm gonna head off now. It was lovely to chat with you, Crumbling Sanity, and anyone who is being a quiet listener and chat too. Lovely to have you here. It's lovely to have all my regulars here for a little ASMR and our little post-stream chat. So I'm gonna go get some food, hopefully work on some pre-recorded stuff, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday for our first Mindstream craft. Minecraft stream. Oh man, yeah, I need to go. So I loved hanging out with you guys. Hopefully you guys have sweet dreams and you can come back to this video whenever you have a nightmare and listen to me read books and comfort you and ramble on and on and on about a million things. So yeah, lovely to see all of you, and you too, Crumbling Sanity. Thank you for hanging out for so long in post chat. I hope to see more of you too. So big hugs and kisses for everybody. Mwah! And I will see you on Tuesday for Minecraft. Hooray! Bye for now.